Where's my music? This is No Soundbites Allowed. I'm your host, Michael Voss, Dragon of the Southern Tier, and I hope everyone can hear me all right. I know the microphone's acting up just a touch here, but I want to thank everyone for joining us in No Soundbites Allowed. If this is the first time that you're seeing us, every week at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we do a live stream with you. We reach out across the entire globe to hear what you have to say about the issues that are affecting us all. And we hope that you'll be able to join us and to have your comments along the way. We're going to be talking about everything that's happening internationally as well as here in the United States domestically. We'll be talking about many issues that you may be familiar with. We'll be talking about Jordan Neely and what happened in the New York subway. We'll be talking about what's happening with Iran, what is happening with North Korea. We're going to be talking with, sorry, my microphone was acting up there for a second. We're going to be talking about what's happening with the U.S. economy and the recession going forward and how that's going to affect us. We're going to try and cover a lot of topics, and most importantly, at any point in time in the conversation, we look forward to hearing to what you have to say from wherever you are in the world, to type in your comments so that we can respond to them about the issues you think are important, because we believe in the First Amendment. We believe in your right to free speech to tell us what you think is going on and how you feel about it. So we look forward to seeing those comments in our chat. You can also reach us at 607-242-9247 to call into the program and tell us any of your thoughts. Hang on, I'm trying to fix my microphone because I'm hearing a little bit of feedback. Please let me know if that is affecting anyone. It should be clear, but it sounds like it's a little scratchy on my side. But please let me know. I believe we should have people able to reach us on the new program. It's called Politics with an X.TV. And that should be live right now, and everyone should be able to... What? Why am I not getting... Oh, that's why. I typed it in wrong. And they should be joining us. They're the newest part of the entire family. Let me start off with some breaking news. If you have not heard about it, it is now being reported that there are 7 people who died because of an accident. Okay, it does sound good. Thank you, Jen. 7 people died in an accident in Brownsville, Texas. A driver, it seems either in an accident, we don't know if it's intentional or accidental, that someone decided to run into a group of people. 6 people are dead, 7 people are dead, 6 people were injured in this incident. and there is no known motive yet. It scares me because it sounds like this was a black driver. And let me be clear. When we see in the news media, when they tell us, they leave out the person's race. Nowadays, they only do that if it's someone who's black or Hispanic. And that's kind of troubling to me. That the news is indicating by omission that this is probably either a black or Hispanic driver, and since it's in Texas, there is a better than average chance that this is an illegal alien that may have done this. I am believing that this is a accidental incident, that this was not on purpose, but we have seen before, like in New York City in 2017, in Las Vegas, also in 2017, like in 2022, in Waukesha, we have seen that there are individuals who use their vehicles as a weapon. It's not something that just happens in France, it's also happened here in the United States. So I'd like to believe that this was an accident, a horrific accident, and not something that was intentional, not something that was on purpose. But there are questions open at this moment, and it is being investigated. We will try and keep up on that. And Jan, by the way, thank you for being the first one to comment today. And she says that it's very sad that this happened, but I want to know if they're trying to ban this type of vehicle now. And that's a really good question. How many people die? More people die because of car accidents than from rifles or even handguns. More people die because of car accidents than even people who overdose. And so we have to wonder, why aren't they banning vehicles? I mean, why don't they get rid of them? It's really interesting because isn't that absolutely something that should be restricted? And it's not a right. You don't have an inherent right to drive. You have an inherent right to own a firearm. You have an inherent right to protect yourself, but you don't have a right to a vehicle. So why don't they just ban vehicles? I know the people who are eco-fanatics, the individuals that want to get rid of all vehicles because of climate change, they would love this idea. So you even have a group of individuals who would be backing this. They want the 15-minute cities. They want you to ride a bicycle everywhere that you go. So why aren't they saying that? I'm not being facetious, nor am I trying to take away from the horrific event that happened, but Jan makes a very good point. If there is consistency in our leadership, if there is consistency in the most political of the organizations out there, wouldn't they be consistent in their reasoning? That if they say that, this is causing deaths, there are tens of thousands of people who are dying each year because of vehicles, then we have to get rid of vehicles. They're just too dangerous. If they're consistent in their logic, shouldn't they be saying that right now? I know, and stabbings are always in the news. Here's the thing about what's in the news as opposed to what's affecting us. Lots of things are happening. There are thousands of people who die every day, and many of them because of violence of some sort. People are poisoned, people get electrocuted, but the news media chooses what it wants to tell you. It's not like the car accident that happened in Brownsville, Texas, is the only car accident that happened in America today. So let's think about that. We have dozens of car accidents every single day, but they choose to put this forward. Why? Because it has an agenda. It helps a political group to be able to take advantage of that. We have to be honest about it. And on this channel, we try to be very honest about the news and the impact that the news is having on us. I'm sorry, this is really messing my ear up. But we're going to talk about that in a minute. And I want to talk about, as an example of how the media is manipulating information, we're going to be talking about what happened to Jordan Neely, the fact that he died on the subway, a homeless man, which they want to turn it into a lynching. We have multiple politicians who are trying to convince the public that Jordan Neely died because racism, which is stupid. It is the most political advantage taking. They're trying to manipulate people's emotions about Jordan Neely, and it's really dishonest and it's really counterproductive. And I'll get into that in a bit in the show. But let us first start off with things that you probably haven't heard about. Because even though there are several people, including, I believe it was Anna Presley, Representative Anna Presley, who said that lynching is one of the greatest reasons of death for black men. Black men have to fear lynching. You know what? Here's the reality about that. Lynchings, you know where there was a lynching recently? Pakistan. A nation that we have spent $200 million trying to convince to be like California. Okay? And this guy, this was a cleric, this was a holy man that got lynched because his religious zealotry wasn't enough for the crowds that were around him. So that's kind of scary that they attacked this holy man in Pakistan. Now, you may say, well, does that connect to the $200 million that we gave that country? I don't know. What I can tell you is that's an example of what a lynching is. In fact, there hasn't been a lynching in America since 1955. That was the last time there was a lynching in America. So when people are saying these sensational statements to you, you just have to look it up. You never believe what the media is trying to sell you without double checking it, trying to get some more data. And again, I don't trust Google at all, but I will tell you that you can go to the left and look at the data when you hear something insane that says, oh, there's lynchings. Oh, black people are being lynched all across America. They are, because there's no evidence of it, not since 1955. And that should tell you something about what they are doing. They're using words and ideas to make you angry, to make you not think, to cloud your vision so you'll just agree with whatever they say right after they tell you this insane, incendiary thought. And that's why, when we think about it, where are lynchings happening? Not in the United States. It's happening overseas. It's a reality. There are people who are being lynched in this world. They're just not Americans. Why is this so scratchy? Okay, that's better. And that's just the reality of it. But looking otherwise, another big thing that we really need to pay attention to is what is happening in Iran. Iran is about to have a nuclear weapon. Now, we'll get to the United States shortly. For those who are not familiar with the program, we always like to start with the international and then go to the national news here in the United States. But this is a big deal. Iran is about to have a nuclear weapon. That is a fact. Doesn't matter if you agree with the Iran nuclear deal or not. They have been moving forward consistently year after year to get closer to having a nuclear weapon. And they're about to have one. And that's a problem not just for the United States. It's also affecting Israel. It's also affecting every nation in the world, especially when they're getting hypersonic missile technology from China, when they're making agreements and working directly with Russia, to know that Iran is militarizing and they are getting ready to have a nuclear weapon, and they are crazy enough to use nuclear weapons. Well, I'm kind of concerned about that. That's a big deal. That's a problem. Sorry, just trying to check on something here. Okay, so I think this is really a big deal. I think it's very important for us to understand that. Now, I don't know why this is happening. What? Sorry, one of my system is not connected. Why is it not connected? So I know you've heard it before. Second. What? For some reason, Rumble is not connected. And I don't know why. Why is my Rumble account not connected? Huh. Oh, there it is. No, that's not it. How am I getting an entirely different... For everyone who's on Rumble right now, I apologize. I do not know why my system is showing something completely different than what it should be showing. Doesn't make sense. I have an entirely different channel showing. Sorry, I'm trying to fix my technology here in the background. We're supposed to be live on Rumble and several other channels, and it is not going through at the moment. So we're trying to fix that, and we apologize. So this is a big deal, that Iran is trying to get a nuclear weapon. This will endanger everyone in the world. Everyone. Because they have the technology to be able not only to hit Israel, but think of this. Iran backs the greatest global terrorist organizations in the world. They're the #1 sponsor of terror in the world. And when you consider that, think about the fact that they are also able to get a briefcase of a nuclear weapon, low grade, and be able to hit every country in the world. Think about the fact that we know in 2022, 98 suspected terrorists, or actual terrorists, were caught trying to cross the United States southern border. And they had plans, at least half a dozen of them, to assassinate United States officials and to disrupt this nation. We know that for a fact. So imagine that a nuclear-powered Iran with a briefcase bomb crossing our southern border and destroying God knows what. Imagine a member of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard with a briefcase bomb from Iran going into London or going into Paris or going into anywhere in Germany and detonating that bomb. Because that's what these terrorists do. That's what they plan. This is what they live for. Now imagine them doing that, because Iran would do that, because they want to see us dead. They don't care if you're a progressive. They don't care if you're a conservative, a libertarian, or a Republican. You're an American. You believe in freedom. You believe women should be able to go to school, that they should be able to read, that because they could drive a car and have a job, they want you dead. That's what Iran has said consistently since 1980. And they're more than willing to poison their own children, which they have been doing for the last month. Schoolgirls have been poisoned on a regular basis in Iran. Not that it's big news across the rest of the United States. And if they're willing to do that to their children, do you think they're going to treat you any better just because you have a rainbow flag? Because you say that you're a progressive? No. They are more than willing to kill you too, and our friends in Israel, the only allies we have in the Middle East. That should scare people. And we need a policy besides the Iran nuclear deal, which has failed, to be able to address this. We need to do something about Iran right now. Why is my microphone acting up? I apologize, folks. It's just driving me nuts, my microphone. We need to do something about this right now. We have to take some kind of action. We have to stop them from getting a nuclear weapon. Because what I have described to you is a realistic and very viable option for Iran and their terrorist organizations like ISIS, like Al-Qaeda, like the Taliban, that would actually do this. They think that's realistic. They think that's worthwhile. They think that's a good, holy thing. And here we are. Why isn't Joe Biden saying that he has a plan? Why isn't he saying anything about this? Because we need to have a plan. We must have a plan to deal with this. Otherwise, we are going to find ourselves in a very dangerous place very, very quickly. This is one of the most preeminent threats to the United States, our safety, whether it's domestic or overseas, that they will use these briefcase nuclear weapons as well as trying to have an ICBM. Why is my microphone just acting up? I'm sorry. I'm just having all kinds of technical issues today. I tell you, it's crazy. So, this is something that I think is very important for us to deal with. I think it's something that we have to talk about, and it's not being spoken about here in the United States. The last thing you heard is Joe Biden's trying to get the Iran nuclear deal. That's it. He said, oh, we're upset about the way Iran treats women and that Iran is killing women for not wearing a hijab, that head covering. Oh, yeah. And what else have we done? What else are we planning to do? Where is the leadership from the United States trying to impress upon Iran that they need to stop making nuclear weapons and that they need to control the international global terrorism and tone it down? Instead, we have weakness coming from the Biden-Harris administration, and that is giving them the green light to go forward and increase the amount of global terror in the world. And they are doing that with abandon. They are absolutely happy to do that. It's terrifying. So we have to think about that. We have to really consider, what are they doing right now? It's terrifying. It is absolutely terrifying to me that that's exactly what's happening. Now, maybe I've misunderstood something there. But Jan, as Jan says, this is scary. There is no leadership in this country, and that's a problem. Because we can't just rely on finding out after it starts affecting America. I'll give you another example of the problem that's going on. Now, you probably haven't heard about this. You have to go to the Hindustan Times, which is coming out of India and Pakistan, to find out that in North Korea, they're claiming they just shot down an F-16. You may recall that 2 weeks ago we reported that they were saying that they also attacked the United States submarine. Now, whether or not this is exactly true is important. Oh, wait a minute. We have a comment here. And Mike Bowie asked the question, why is Iran poisoning children? Because it makes people terrified. It's an act of terror. To answer your question, Mike, why is Iran poisoning children? The simple answer is it's a way to control the people. So and they're not poisoning children, they're poisoning girls. Young boys aren't being, hello, Dal. To be clear, Mike, they're not poisoning young boys going to school. They're poisoning young girls. So it is a tactic of terror to tell parents and to tell young girls, don't go to school. Don't learn to read. Don't learn how to write. You don't need to learn how to work at a job. You need to stay home. That's what Iran is doing. They are making a point that women should stay in the home and do nothing else. That's why they're poisoning girls. They're not poisoning boys. There's no case of any of the boys' schools, any boys being poisoned, just the girls. So they're doing that to terrorize their own people, to make them fall in line, and to make sure that women do not assert themselves. Whether you agree with that or not, I know there's some people with various religions that may think that that's a good idea, but I don't think even if you believe that women shouldn't work, that doesn't mean you should poison children, young girls, just because they learn how to read and write. I think that's insane. And yes, Mike, I agree. That is sick. But that's why they're doing it. And they're doing these things. And if they are willing to do that to their own children, to the girls in their schools, the future mothers of their country, if they are willing to do that, do you think that when they get a nuclear bomb, they won't think twice about attacking the United States or Israel or Europe or the United Kingdom or any other country that doesn't believe exactly what the Ayatollah Khamenei says? That's why we need to be on top of this. That's why we need to pay attention to this. This is a big deal. This is why we need leadership, why we need a plan. We need to make a statement here because we can't sit back. If they're willing to kill young girls just because they know how to read, my God, that's sick. And my God, what a danger to the rest of the world. So therefore, the United States needs to say something, and we're not. China is not worried. They're not attacking China. China is working with them against the United States. They're selling oil to China. They're working with China to get the hypersonic technology and the drone technology that they're selling to Russia. They're making money because of China. So China's not stepping in. China's not trying to calm down Iran. In fact, China is trying to make Iran more powerful in the Middle East because of their relationship. So this is a big deal. Israel, so there is no official report that I have seen that says that Israel has a green light to engage Iran, although we know Israel does not want Iran to have a nuclear weapon. But what needs to happen is the United States needs to support Israel. Israel's going to go in. They're going to, because the United States is doing nothing, because there is no leadership from the United States, the Biden-Harris administration, Israel is going to have to act on its own. And again, we need leadership. We need to be able to tell Israel that we support them. And at the moment, there is no love between Benjamin Netanyahu and the Biden-Harris administration. In fact, when was the last time that you heard Joe Biden or Kamala Harris talking about Israel, talking about our support of Israel? You don't. We've basically abandoned them. The moment that they went conservative, kind of like Italy, kind of like Sweden, as countries become more conservative, the Biden-Harris administration just cuts them off. They stop talking to them. They stop talking about them. The news media in the United States stops covering the news about what's happening in these countries. And you don't know any different because CNN just doesn't add anything about it. But if you're looking at the international news, like I do, then you're seeing there's a lot of things that are happening here, and we need to be engaged. We can't just ignore them just because they're not politically advantageous to Joe Biden, just because it doesn't fit the progressive ideology. We need to be involved in this, because if we're not, we are opening ourselves up to international danger. Americans everywhere in the world are threatened, and so are our allies. And that means that they have less and less confidence in us. If we're not willing to back up Israel, our only allies in the Middle East, to protect girls who are going to school in Iran, if we're not willing to protect that, then why would any ally think that we're going to protect them anywhere? And that's a problem. You see how this escalates, and now this is why the world is escalating, getting ready for another world war, because they think leadership in the world is changing. And I can tell you, China's the one who's winning. China's the one that everyone thinks is going to be taking over. My microphone's just driving me nuts. I don't know if it's my microphone or my headphones. It's just driving me nuts. But China's the one who looks to be winning in this scenario. They're the only ones that everyone thinks is going to come out on top. And that's a massive problem for the United States. So I think this is a conversation we need to have. Our leaders need to start speaking about this. We need to put together the plan so that the rest of the world knows that we're paying attention and that we're ready to do something to protect them as well as ourselves. And the less we say about this, the more that the various terrorist groups like ISIS, like Al-Qaeda, they're saying, hey, it's free reign. Go and attack Americans, because they're not willing to do anything. They're not willing to stand up. They are weak. This is terrifying. And it's terrifying not just for the United States, it's terrifying for every nation in the world, because America isn't standing up and China doesn't care. And along that line is why I wanted to bring up what's happening in Hindustan. And what do we see happening there? Well, what we see is that, once again, North Korea has said that apparently is attacking the United States. It was 2 weeks ago that they said that they have forced a nuclear submarine. The U.S. submarine was attacked 2 weeks ago, supposedly. And now we have North Korea saying that they shot down an F-16. Think about that. According to the Hindustan Times, North Korea has reignited the ceasefire that we have with Korea, that the 1950s war is now back into active fighting. We're about to have another war in the Southeast Asia. And we've known this is going to be coming because we've seen this is why China has been building a navy twice as big as the United States. This is why they've been threatening to take over Taiwan. This is why Japan is building their own military. Because apparently there was a F-16 shot down. Now, the United States is saying, well, no, that wasn't North Korea. There was just an accident, and they're investigating the accident. Well, that's kind of like what we heard about with Russia. When we lost the F-16 over Russia because, the drone. When we lost the drone, we said initially that it was an accident. And then we found out from video that it was the Russians that knocked down, because they used jet fuel, they knocked down the drone. Because they have no fear. They don't fear the United States. So they're willing to destroy our military property. These are military engagements. This is warfare that is happening in front of our eyes. And the media is trying to make it sound like it's no big deal. The military is saying, oh, well, the F-16 came down because of an accident. Yeah, was it an accident that was caused by an anti-aircraft artillery? Was it because North Korea shot down one of our planes? Because they seem to be saying that's what happened. And if they did, what are we going to do about it? See, again, we need to know, what is our leadership planning to do? How strong is our leadership? How will they react to this? We need a plan. The world is looking at this. And I guarantee you, if the rest of the world, rightly or wrongly, thinks that North Korea shot down a United States F-16 and we did nothing about it, the floodgates are open. It means that if we're willing to lose our military fighter planes, and if they can just shoot them out the sky like they shoot our drones out the sky without any action, then there is no protection for Japan. There is no protection for South Korea. There's no protection for the Philippines or Guam or Australia, New Zealand. And that's not saying anything. What about the rest of the world? Mike Bowie mentions military-aged Chinese men are reportedly coming to our southern border. Yes, they are. And they are. In fact, the number is 22 times. We have 22 times more Chinese who are trying to enter the United States through our southern border illegally than in 2022. Think about that. That's 22 times. That's an enormous number. Suddenly, we have more people coming across our border at the moment that our border is about to be flooded. At the same time that North Korea, the puppet of China, is shooting down our F-16s while our submarines are being forced out of the ocean, while our drones are being shot down. Does any of that sound like strength? Does that sound like any nation fears the United States? That they're shooting down our drones, they're shooting down our F-16s, they're attacking our submarines. Does that sound like we're in a strong position and that other nations respect and fear us? Or does it sound like they're just kicking us around because they're the new big kids on the block? Jan mentions our military is more concerned with using trans to recruit and banning mom and dad as words. Exactly. We're so busy with fads and trends and politics in our military that we're missing the actual thing we need our military for, what their actual purpose is. And that's a big problem. Because if we don't deal with this, if we don't react, the world is watching this. And I know CNN, MSNBC, ABC, The Times, they don't want to tell you about this because the only answer you can get out of this is Joe Biden, Kamala Harris are weak. They are failing, and they are failing on an international level, which is affecting us on a national level. that we need plans, that General Mark Milley, who we consider a traitor on this channel, is a absolute failure. He is dangerous. That we need to change this very, very quickly. They don't want to tell you that because that will affect the 2024 election. And it should. But who cares about the next election? We need to protect America and our allies. Because if we don't, we are absolutely going to a war. We need to have an absolute clear-cut answer. Did North Korea shoot down an F-16? Did a United States submarine be forced up into the air? We have to make sure that everyone is afraid of shooting down our drones. And we have to make sure that Iran can't build briefcase nuclear weapons that could be smuggled into the United States across our open border. And if the world doesn't believe that we're trying to do all of those things, then get ready for World War III. And I know on this channel we said it won't be World War III, it will be three regional wars all happening at the same time. But if the United States isn't willing to defend any of these things, if our planes can be shot out of the sky, our submarines can be tossed out of the ocean, our border is wide open as terrorists build up their weapons, if that's the case, then it's World War III. It's a free-for-all. Because it means we're not doing anything. If you think I am wrong about anything that I'm talking about on this channel, please, 607-242-9247. Call in, say, Mike, I disagree with you. I think America's much stronger. If you think that the United States is respected around the world, please call into the program, 607-242-9247. Tell me why. Tell me how Iran is respecting America, how China or North Korea, how Russia, how they're respecting the United States. Tell me how our allies in Japan, in Korea, our allies in the European Union are respecting America. Do you not remember that it was 3 weeks ago that France said that France needs to work with China, that they need to follow China's lead, not the United States. He specifically, the president of France, Macron, specifically said that Europe should not take on America's goals, should not follow America's lead, that they should follow China's lead. He was very specific about his words. Our allies are abandoning us because they don't trust us, because we're not strong. And we need to turn this around. The dominoes are falling before our face. And just because Google doesn't want you to see this really easily, just because CNN and MSNBC don't want to tell you about that in the next 1 minute and 30 seconds, does not mean it's not a reality that is happening, and the rest of the world is well aware of it. And they are talking about it, and they are making plans about it right now. I wish there were more channels like this one that were willing to tell you the truth and say, this is what the rest of the world is saying. This is what the rest of the world is talking about. And they are more than aware of what is happening. More than aware of it. You just don't know. Because the news media doesn't want to tell you, because it might affect the way you vote, the way you make a donation for the next election. And that is the worst reason possible. That is the worst reason possible. And think about it. The rest of the world thinks, according to the Kremlin, according to Russia, the United States tried to assassinate Putin. Now, whether that's true or not doesn't really matter. Oh, wait a minute. We got a comment here. And we have a comment from Hal. Hello, Hal. Thank you for joining us today. And Hal says that Macron, the president of France, said the EU should be independent of both the US and China, not that they should follow China. I read a lot about this, Hal, and this is 3 weeks ago. I'm not looking at the article right this second. But his statement in saying that he did not want to follow the United States and was engaging in conversations and negotiations and diplomatic interactions with China is a statement that he's saying that he's not independent of China. The fact that he's saying publicly, cut off our ties with the United States, and at the same time, He made the statement after walking out of a meeting with China that he was engaging with China, and the world, as I will show you shortly, the world right now is leaning on China for peace deals. That China is asserting itself as a world leader able to engage and create peace talks and to lower tensions in the world. Yeah, it's very clear. Is it black and white? This is what he is. This the exact no. This is politics, and the politics are very clear. How they're very clear when he is demonstrably saying cut ties with the United States as he's having negotiations with China. Yeah, he's made it clear. He wants to get away from away from the United States, and he wants to side with China. It's very clear. There is no two ways about that. So I want to be clear. Now, if you think I'm wrong about that, Hal, I'd be happy to hear your discussion about that. If you think that after walking out of a meeting with China and saying France has to cut ties with the United States, if you don't think that's saying that he's favoring China, please explain to me how. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm asking you, tell me how I'm wrong. Because I believe that's what the rest of the world is seeing. That's what I believe the rest of the world is reacting to. That's how I think the rest of the world is reacting. And I think it's very clear. And our position in the world is looking worse and worse. We now have that the Kremlin is saying that we tried to assassinate a world leader. And this is coming after we have been accused, rightly or wrongly, to blowing up the Nord Stream 1 pipeline. Remember that? That was last year. So we're looking like, according to what the world is talking about, the United States looks weaker and more desperate. That we need to get out of, the only way that we can get out of the Ukraine conflict is to assassinate Putin, someone that we know Joe Biden has said he thinks he's a killer. He thinks that he is an international terror. And what does the United States often do with drones to international terrorists? Think of the Obama administration. We were using drones to attack everyone, every international terrorist in the world. Think about Pakistan, think about Yemen. He was blowing them up. In fact, the Obama administration, with Joe Biden along with him, decided that they would use drones to attack and kill Americans overseas who had never been tried in court but were suspected of being a terrorist. This is a sign of weakness and rogue actions. And that's what the world is seeing. And it's whether or not it's true, it is the accumulation of all of these facts that are making people afraid, that are making people think that they cannot trust the United States. This is why we need strong leadership. Because even if they are wrong, even if the United States submarines weren't forced out of the ocean, even if the F-16 was not shot down by North Korea, even if we have more than enough drones and we didn't care about our drones, even if we are a strong nation and we didn't attack the Nord Stream 1 pipeline, even if we didn't try and assassinate Putin, we need a leader who stands up and says that. These are important things. We need to say that. We need to say that we have a plan, that we play by a set of rules, and that we are willing to engage both verbally, politically, as well as militarily. And if we're not willing to say that, our enemies will continue to move forward. They have no reason not to. They have nothing to fear. They have nothing to hold them back. It's like when here in the United States, if you get rid of the police, the criminals don't stop. They get worse. If there's no police, if there is no enforcement, if you reduce the penalties of a crime and you remove the law enforcement that enforces that crime, then that doesn't stop people from being criminals. In fact, it creates more criminals and it allows the criminals to become more violent because there's nothing to stop them. There's no reason for them to stop or to even slow down. You're just encouraging them to move forward. It's the same thing. It is the same thing domestic is happening international. If we're not giving China and North Korea, Iran, and Russia a reason to stop or even to slow down, to consider what might be a negative consequence to them, if they see no consequences, why in the hell wouldn't they keep going forward? We need Joe Biden. We need Kamala Harris. We need the Congress to step up and to make it clear there are consequences. We need to make them fear us as well as respect us, which I don't see that being done right now. There's absolutely no reason to fear or respect Joe Biden. What? Folks, are you hearing me all right, or is this coming off scratchy to you? I don't know if it's my headphone or if it's the microphone right now. It's driving me nuts. Can you guys hear me okay? Today's just a day of all the technology just going wrong. All of my technology is going crazy. But can you guys hear me all right? Because I should be able to be heard all right. Okay, while I'm waiting for that, Jan says they could be blaming the United States for a strike because of giving Ukraine drones. Okay, you guys hear me fine. Okay, so it's probably just my headphone. That's fine. Yes, Russia could be blaming the United States just because they're making it up. It's absolutely possible. I don't doubt that that's likely. But we still need to say something. We need to have a clear voice. Hal Stewart says, Hal says I've been hit by an EMP by the internet overlords. Wouldn't surprise me. But no, not in this case. This is just my headphone. It's old. And it's breaking down. It happens. Technology. But can we understand the core of the problem here, as we've been talking about for, since 2021, since Joe Biden on day one doubled the number of U.S. troops in Syria to fight in the Syrian civil war. Why he increased the American troops in that conflict, I don't know. And that's only resulted in more attacks against American soldiers that have gone, well, with no response. There's been no counter to that, realistically. The sound on the YouTube app is very low. Okay. Well, I'll try and increase the volume a little bit there for you guys. Sorry if the volume is low. The problem here is, there, I'm going to try and, that should improve it a little bit for you guys. That's the big problem. We are seeing to both domestically and internationally that there is no response. There is no plan. And if those things do not exist, then there is no one to protect us. And that's the issue that we have to deal with. And again, I'm just pointing out situation after situation. When I say that China is the winner in this, that they are taking advantage of this, just go to Google right now, and here it is. The only thing I have done is I have put in the word China into Google, okay? And what do we see? U.S. and allies look at a potential China role in ending the Ukraine war. China is the one who is negotiating, not the United States. Iran's new friend, Russia and China, about them working together. Russia confirms enriched uranium supplies to China. Again, that's giving China more power. Let's look through some of the other top stories. Did China help Vancouver win an election? China involved in international politics in Canada. Let's see. Why was modern Chinese history course canceled? That's the United States that's China being involved in education. In the new battle for the Pacific, U.S. and China are facing regional stakes to take sides. They're forcing countries to pick sides. And many of them are leaning towards China. They're having conversations with them. Mexico says it will give China proof of fentanyl smuggling. Okay, that's for the United States. That's some pushback. Good for us. But what we are seeing consistently, over and over and over again, is that China is asserting itself, not the United States. That countries are turning to China and having conversations with China about peacemaking, deal making. There was an article about China is, and it's not here at the moment. I believe here it is. Here it is. And again, all I put in is China, Middle East. This is for you to see this. Can China broker a peace in Yemen? This is China being directly involved in the Middle East. By the way, who's in charge of Yemen? What's causing the fighting in Yemen? Iran. So China is going to be talking to Iran about the fighting in Yemen so that the people in Yemen will look at China as a peacemaker, not the United States. And I am very sure the deal that they would make would be in line with their ally, Iran. And just like the deal making that China has proposed in the conflict between the Ukraine and Russia has been in favor in Russia. So again, we're seeing China is going into the Middle East, into Western Europe. We're seeing them involved in deals that traditionally have always been the United States, where the United States has led the way, that the United States, through its respect and fear, has been able to accomplish things. And now we're seeing China do that instead. Do you see where the problem is? Now, Mike Bowie says, my fear is Biden will step down and Kamala will be able to choose her VP. That's one of the problems, and I think Kamala is even worse. I mean, if you want to talk about a hellscape, everywhere that Kamala Harris has been, she has made things worse, not better. Every country she's visited, whether it's South Korea, Ukraine, you name the country where Kamala Harris has gone, and I will tell you that 2 weeks to a month later, they are in worse shape than when she showed up the first time. Every single time. The U.S. relations with each of those nations she has gone to have become worse, not better. Every issue she's addressed has been worse, not better. And her focus in every single situation has been political. Notice that when she decided to go to Tennessee. She went to Tennessee. Did she go to console the families of children that got killed? No. Did she speak to the families of the children that got killed? No. What did she do? She went to Tennessee to tell the people of Tennessee that Democrats should stay in power. That's what she was concerned with. She went there for politics, not for the people. How about what Kamala Harris has done at the southern border? Remember, it was March of 2021 that she was put in charge of the southern border. That is her only job. She has not been assigned any other job, any other mission. She has no other purpose as vice president. The only thing she's supposed to be taking care of that has officially been made her job is to take care of the southern border. And what has she done? When we think about that, what has she done? The only thing that she has done is she went to one meeting and she went to one trip to 3 countries that represent about 40% of all the illegal aliens that are coming to the United States. That's it. And nothing has happened. Let me be fair. She also, in February 2023, got 40 businesses, companies, to say that they would give $1 billion to South America to help stop illegal immigration at some point. They didn't give a date. They didn't tell you exactly how much money they're going to give. They said that they will eventually go into South America to help build up businesses in South America at some point in the future, which has done nothing to stop illegal immigration. There are at least 5,000 illegal aliens in migrant caravans right now walking towards the southern border. That is a fact. We know that there was a caravan that left in February. There's another one that left in April. 2,000 in the one in February, 3,000 in the one in April. That's 5,000 at least that I can find records of. And they're coming into the United States. She hasn't done anything to stop them. All of the bluster, all of the, ooh, look, I'm doing something, has resulted in nothing. Yes, Mike Boy, she does what she's told. And she's only been told to do one thing, and she failed. And that's the problem. She has been ineffective. And the world recognizes this. So she's even worse of a leader than Joe Biden. At least Joe Biden does have relationships with these people, and the relationships wind up to be them laughing at him. That they laugh when he's trying to walk up a flight of stairs and tumbles. He can't even walk up a flight of stairs. They laugh as he stumbles through conversations. They laugh as we get to see again that he has cue cards with exactly which reporter he's going to be speaking to and the approved question that they are going to ask him. We've seen this again, that he has it all written down in front of him with the reporter, their name, the company they work for, and the question that has been approved that they can ask. And the rest of the world is saying, if you can't even handle a question from your news media without having a cue card telling you everything, what kind of leader are you? Really? What kind of plan do you have that you have to know every question that's going to be asked of you? That's not leadership. And that's why we see such, and I want to take this, so that's the international aspect, that we are losing our allies, we're losing our friends. Come on, there it goes. We're losing our allies, we're losing our friends in the fastest way possible. They have less and less reason to trust us. And I have to ask you, when we're doing this, what about what the rest of the world, we're losing our friends, we're losing our allies. They have less and less trust. Where does this turn around? How does this turn around? Unless we are asking our leaders to make a definitive plan, a plan that makes sense, that actually is effective, that's critical. Critical. That's what the world is begging for us from right now. And we are not doing anything to give them confidence. And then the world looks at what we are doing domestically. I'm going to get to the southern border. I'm going to get to New York in just a moment. But I want you to think about, here's something that you may not have noticed. This was a conversation on the floor of Congress, a congressional hearing on April 26th. Okay? It was April 26th of 2023. This is Stephen Dudelbach. And Mr. Dudelbach is in charge of the ATF. He was put in place by the Biden administration. This is how strong the Biden administration is. This is the strength that the rest of the world is looking at when they look at America and they look at the Biden-Harris administration. I want you to hear the question that is about to be asked, and if you can't hear it, you'll see the actual captioning in the English so that you can see this. I want you to hear the question that is going to be asked by Kevin Kiley, Representative Kevin Kiley, and then I want you to see what the ATF says, because this is important to what the rest of the world is seeing. Let's take a look.
Okay, so why do you think the Second Amendment is important?
Why
is it important that we have a Second Amendment?
Well, at the most basic notion, because I'm an American, because I followed the Constitution and the founders, when they enacted the Bill of Rights.
Okay, so he was just asked a very important question. Why is the Second Amendment important? He just said, his answer is because someone wrote it, because it's a law, because he has no idea. He can't tell you why the Second Amendment is important to American citizens. This is the guy who's in charge of the ATF, alcohol, tobacco, firearms. It is his job to enforce laws that affect our Second Amendment. He doesn't even understand why it's important. You think, Mike, you're not being fair. Let him, maybe he's going to clarify himself. Let's hear a little bit more of what he had to say about this. Let's be clear, because that's what Representative Kiley does.
Right. I mean,
why is it important, the Second Amendment, that particular right? Why is it important?
Why is it important? Why is the Second Amendment important to American citizens in a way that no other country has, that no other country gives its people or recognizes that people have this right? In any other country, you can go to the United Kingdom, you can go through Europe, you can go to Canada, they don't have this right. Anywhere else in the world, only in America do we have this right. Why do we have this right? Because it's important. Why is it important? And asking a man whose job is to protect and enforce the Second Amendment and to enforce the restrictions on that Second Amendment, why is it important to American citizens?
It's part of our founding document. It's in the Constitution of the United States, along with all these other rights that are very
so you're
important.
glad it's there, the Second Amendment?
Sorry?
You're glad it's there. You're glad it's part of our Constitution.
It's part of being an American, is that Constitution, when we take an oath in public service, unlike any other country, right? We take an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States. That's what we swear to do. Sure. So that's an important oath, and that's a very important document.
And I'm glad to hear.
He's not even willing to say that he's glad to have the Second Amendment. This is a clear-cut answer about the United States. This is why you didn't hear this April 26th or since. No one has really focused on. He's not even willing to say he's happy that there is a Second Amendment, that he's glad that Americans have a right, or the government recognizes a right of American citizens by birth that no other country recognizes, that American citizens stand out from the rest of the world on top of every other reason because we are able to defend ourselves, both individually and from individuals, I should say, and also from a government that becomes corrupt. That we have the ability to self-correct a authoritarian dictatorship, any kind of corruption in our government. We have the right to self-correct that because of the Second Amendment. And we protect every other one of our rights because of the Second Amendment, because it exists. And that's a great thing. It's a thing that makes us stand separate of everyone else in the world and helps to make sure that the beacon, the shining beacon of liberty and freedom are around the world. That's the example. He can't say any of that. This man doesn't have any respect. Stephen Ditterbach has zero respect, concern, or care about the Second Amendment. He doesn't care. He doesn't care about you, doesn't care about the Second Amendment, because he can't even answer a simple question about the Second Amendment. And you would think that if he had some care, concern, that if he respected it, if he thought it was important whatsoever, that he would have had an answer. Fact is, he doesn't. The fact is, he doesn't. So there's a problem. And that's a pretty big problem. A rather massive problem. So I think this is important to highlight. This is what the rest of the world is seeing from the Biden-Harris administration. Their people don't care. Their people aren't there to express or to push forward any kind of freedom. Look, it's not just you and me who are recognizing this. This is coming from Politico itself today, May 7th. And what did they say? Biden has 3 problems that are going on right now. Part of his problem is that his approval rating is down to 36%. This is the number one issue that the Biden administration has been working on, to maintain and to increase the approval rating of Joe Biden. And they have failed at every single turn. No one thinks he's doing a good job. Not internationally, not domestically. There is no one in any country that is looking at the United States right now and saying the United States is strong. Not the American people, not any country around the world. That's why he's at 36%. Now, they also want to get into, well, he would lose against Donald Trump in 2024, according to polls today. That's fantastic, but that's not the important question. And I don't care about that part of the poll. Here's the important part of the poll. Biden has a problem with his base. Only half of Democrats, forget about it, don't think about the libertarians, the conservatives, the Republicans, the independents, looking at Democrats alone. Half of Democrats, less than half actually believe that Joe Biden should run for office. 41% of black adults say they want Joe Biden to run, and only 55% of them would actually support him if he was in an election. You know what's important about that? Candidates, once you get elected to office, you have about an 80 to 88% chance of being reelected. It's almost a given. In fact, it is what our politicians count on. They rely on the fact that once they get elected, it is almost impossible to get them unelected, that they are more likely to die in office than to be elected out of office. And here he is so weak, so badly respected, he is seen as being so inefficient and ineffective that even his own party, the majority of his own party, even a base black voters, black Democrats, who are a given. Democrats don't even, they are such a given. They are such a secondary thought because they are so deeply aligned with the Democratic Party. The Democrats don't even try to pander to blacks anymore. They pander to the Hispanics. They pander to illegal immigrants, illegal aliens. They pander to trans. Trans represent less than 1% of the population, actually less than 0.5% of the population. And they are more busy pandering to the trans political movement than blacks in America. That's how sure Democrats are that blacks will vote Democrat. They are willing to take a sliver of the population and to pander to them above any and all black people in America in any position, any political ideology that is black. They will put that secondary to dealing with LGBTQAI plus people who call themselves toasters and the trans movement because they know they've got black votes and Joe Biden is losing them. I cannot think of a more clear way to express that Joe Biden has failed at every single level, and thus we need leadership. Look, I'm not telling you that you need to vote for Joe Biden or Donald Trump or DeSantis or anyone else, Nikki Haley. I don't care who you vote for. What I'm talking about right now is we have 2 years where Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are in charge, and they need to do something right now to protect you, to protect me, to protect the world. And I don't care if he wins the next election at this second. We have 2 years where we need to make sure you will be safe as Iran is building nuclear weapons, as we are seeing North Korea trying to shoot down our planes, where we have Russia laughing in our face, where we have China building up a navy double the size of our navy and threatening the Southeast Asia and the rest of the world. We need to be assertive. We need to have plans. We have to be strong, and we have to be, if not respected, then we have to be feared. We need that. Otherwise, you aren't safe. Hello, and thank you for calling into No Soundbites Allowed. This is your host, Michael Voss, and may I ask who's calling?
Hey, Mike, it's me, John. How are you?
Hey, John. What's going on?
Mike, I want to talk about a new program I found kind of on my phone. I want to talk about it a little bit. I know we've kind of discussed it a little bit before, but I know I really wanted to bring it up on your show and kind of get your thoughts, feedback, and what people are thinking about it from your audience.
Okay, so it's a little different than what we've been talking about.
Yes.
Is this an AI program?
No, it is not an AI program. it's a text notification service, right? So it's called Woke Alerts, right?
Okay.
And basically, it's a text notification. You text this number, and every time a company goes woke, they'll let you know,
Oh.
right? So
Mm-hmm.
anytime a company is doing woke activities, promoting woke politics, anything like that, they send a notification
Mm-hmm.
right to my phone saying, hey, you want to avoid this business.
Oh,
Right.
yeah, I'm listening.
So
I'm listening.
it's by the Consumers Research Center. So what I've seen a lot of these text alert services. What I like about this one more than any is that specifically it gives me the reason on why I should why there's a boycott going on, essentially.
Okay. So
Right.
so the platform not only says, as an example, the big one that's in everyone's attention right now is Bud Light. And Bud Light obviously was pandering to the woke ideology. So this would tell you not just that, oh, Bud Light, Budweiser, Anheuser-Busch has gone woke, but it's because they're pandering to the trans political movement.
Yeah, exactly. So, for example, they sent me a text a couple days ago on Thursday about Kroger, big supermarket chain, right? Big supermarket chain.
Yep.
So Kroger has been found to be targeting conservative employees for their viewpoints because they refuse to wear aprons with pro LGBTQ plus hearts, right? And some employees said, well, due to religious freedom, I don't want to wear that.
Okay.
But then Kroger said, well, if you don't, you're fired.
Well, that's a violation of the First Amendment.
Right. So I got an alert saying, here's what's going on. Here's what Kroger's doing. There's a lawsuit currently against them. Try to avoid Kroger's until this is sorted out.
Okay. So
Right. I think this is, for me personally, I think this service is great for a multitude of reasons.
okay, well, that's kind of interesting because I hadn't heard about Kroger's. I don't know if anyone else has heard about Kroger's. Well, actually, yeah, I did hear about it once before.
Right. It's newer. It is newer, but I think what I like most about it is the fact that it gives me, first off, there's a lot of woke companies out there, right? Safe to say. Tons of woke companies, and it's hard to keep track of them all.
Right. It's true. There's
Right.
a lot
There's
of it.
like, yeah. So the fact that I can get a text update saying, hey, avoid this one, avoid this company, is a great, great thing for me. And the fact they give me the reason behind it, so I don't just boycott blindly, right? Because I feel like a lot of the times we hear, avoid this company or that, and I go, well, why? What's the actual reason behind it?
Well, you don't always know. I mean, but there's a lot of protests going on, and I don't know that everyone has any idea why there's a protest going on. You just hear cancel this or cancel that, not necessarily why they're getting canceled.
Right. And I think that's what I like most about it, that it's sending me to articles talking about, hey, here's what the company is doing. So I can decide, well, maybe that's not a huge deal to me, or that issue isn't big enough for me to boycott, or, yeah, that's awful. We should be boycotting them.
Yeah, I can see that. That sounds like an interesting program. Again, what's the name of it?
Yeah, it's called Woke Alerts. It's by the, it's by Consumer Research, right? Big conservative group, and it's their new program, Woke Alerts. And it's nice, too, because it's by a major 501c3 that's been established since 1929.
Okay, so this is an established company doing it. So it's not
It's an established organization who really decided to step it up. And I'm glad, because I really like the fact that I get these notifications when companies do something wrong. So I know, hey, this is why, this is just breaking right now, Woke Alert. And there's a wide variety of reasons. They sent me a message about Ford, Levi's, and Ticketmasters because they supported the legislation to hire an army of like 87,000 IRS agents, which you talked about previously.
Yeah.
Right. So all those companies that supported it, oh, I don't support that. I don't support those companies then.
That's a pretty good thing. It's
Yeah.
good to know. Well, we know that the more that you let your voice be heard, the more that we demand that we have proper leadership that reflects the people, the more that we get results. I mean, look at what's happening with Anheuser-Busch. They're jumping through hoops trying to get back to just being a company that sells alcohol, that sells beer, because they realize being political isn't working. That's not
Right.
helpful. Disney is a great example. They lost half their value because they're trying to be political and people are saying, no, I just want entertainment. Their movies, Peter Pan and Wendy, just failed, along with everything else they've been doing has been failing. Why? Because they're trying to be political and people are saying, no, I just want entertainment. And as they send that message to those companies, we're also sending a message to the politicians. If you want to be woke, you're not going to get supported. So this is kind of important to be able to know, here's another way to send that message out. If you want to be political, you're going to fail, especially when your politics is woke. I think that's important.
And it's nice because it's not an app. It's just a text. You send a message to the automatic texting service and they'll text you when it happens. That's what I like. I think a lot of the times these conservative groups, they're like, we need to make alternatives and all this stuff. So you need all these new apps and everything. It's nice to have this where it's just more so just a simple text notification.
Yeah, I think it's very important. And it's just like what the left does. Think about it, folks. This is what the left does. They say, oh, you're canceled now. You can't speak. We see that with YouTube. We see that with Facebook. We see that with Google. Oh, you can't speak. We're going to suppress your voice. Either they'll cancel you outright or they suppress your voice, which is their form of protest. It's, you have to stop speaking. In fact, it's something that, and I wanted to bring this up. Where is it? I had an article on this I wanted to talk about. Here it is. In fact, think about it. This is a response to, and I'll show you. This is coming College Fix. So the Portland State University has put out this message. How do they react when you speak up, when you have your voice and you say, I challenge your woke ideology? Their answer is they want people to stay away, to not even speak to you, because they say, quote, these folks, you are trained to stay calm and within their rights to share their opinions on public property under the First Amendment. This is about you protesting. Legally, we can't stop them, but we can ignore them and not give them what they want, a reaction from us and further polarization. So the answer from the university, the State University, Portland State University, let me get it right, Portland State University is, they want to ignore you. They want to take your protest, your voice, your opposition to their feelings, and they want you to be suppressed. They want you to be isolated. They want you to feel alone. And that tells you how effective you are being. When you protest these things, they can't ignore you. They can't deny it. They can't deny that you're having an impact on, as an example, Anheuser-Busch, or that we could have an impact on Kroger. They don't want to, they want you to think you have no power, and in fact, you have all the power. I think this is important.
Yeah. And it's nice because I don't think these corporations want this out, right? You're not going to see on Fox or anything like that where they're advertising, let's say, some of these bigger corporations are advertising. So it's a nice independent way to figure out what's going on.
Yeah, it is. And as John Cordisco just mentioned, parallel economies, they work. They always give us an option. The left has been saying that forever. You know what? Let's take them at their word and use the same type of technique, because this is what progressive leaders of tomorrow does. They have an email list. They send it out and say, we're canceling this person or that person. We see that in the universities, like at Binghamton University. They have their little chat groups where they send out a message and say, we're going to go and protest like they did in 2018 when they got 300 students to attack 3 conservatives on the campus, and they said, oh, we're going to mob these people because we don't like what they're saying. This is what the left does on a regular basis. Why shouldn't the right? It's a good point.
Yeah, absolutely. Mike, thanks for letting me call in. I always appreciate it. Sorry I have to go a little early, but thanks for letting me call in and talk about what I've been using recently.
No, absolutely. It's always interesting to hear about these things. And it
Definitely.
does, it kind of plays into some of the other stuff I was going to talk about as well on the show.
Yeah.
All right.
Definitely. Thank you so much again, Mike.
I thank you for calling in, John.
Appreciate it. Have a good one.
You too. So, folks, just like you just heard from John, John had called in, not John Cordisco, but John called in to tell us about something new, a new tool that's available for you. And that's part of what this channel is about. It's not just me talking. It's not just the text that we receive. You can call in just as well at 607-242-9247. If you're watching this on any of the streaming, you can see as it scrolls past that you can call into the program with your voice, as well as leaving a comment, as well as texting us and chatting with us right now live. We're always happy to hear your voice, to talk about the issues that matter to you, because it matters to all of us. And maybe, just knowing about one more protest, maybe we're just one more protest away from finally letting these politicians know that they can't tell us what they're going to do, but rather they have to respect us and do what we say. That they have to pay attention, that they don't just get automatically reelected for being ineffective or pandering to feelings, that they have to do their jobs, like I'm saying about Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. This is why Joe Biden, even the demographic black Democrats do not want him and do not support him. Why? Because he's not effective. He's not doing his job internationally or domestically. No one respects him because he's not doing something to be respected. He's pandering. He's playing for votes and politics, and everyone can see it. And that makes him weak. So we need a strong leader. And I know people say, Mike, but you're saying you want to see Joe Biden be stronger. He's in charge of the country. I want anyone who is in the White House, I want anyone in Congress to be as effective as possible. I want them to do the best job for America. It's called MAGA, Make America Great, which means that everyone who is elected in any office must be as good as possible, doing the best thing possible for the public, not politics, not pandering, but what is actually effective for the public. And we have to enforce that. We have to push that on them. We have to remind them. And if it takes a protest to do that, fantastic. If it takes electing someone out of office, fantastic. If it comes down to us, you and me, writing up a law and saying, you better pass this, then that's what it needs to be. We need to step up because the leadership are failing, because they're not being held accountable. When Joe Biden thinks he's going to get reelected just because there's an 88% chance historically of him getting reelected, that's not good enough. That's not helping. When he decides that he wants to pander to the trans political movement rather than Black Americans, because their vote is given, that's a problem. I think it was Stephen A. Wright is his name, I think, from ESPN. You guys, if you watch sports, you probably know who I'm talking about, the black sportscaster. And he said, I think it was in 2017, that if for even one election, if all Black Americans voted not Democrat, that means you could vote Libertarian, you could vote Conservative, you could vote Republican, you could write in Mickey Mouse or Donald Duck. If the majority of Black Americans did that instead of voting Democrat, you would see a massive change in America. Laws would be different. we would see a different, politicians would become effective. That's something they don't do now. Why? Because Democrats can take for granted they've got the black vote, that they'll get donations from black voters, that it's just going to happen. And the same thing for Hispanics. Not quite to the same degree as with black, but Hispanics as well. And the same thing for women. They say the same thing about women. Well, we'll just get the women vote. Why? Because we're Democrats, so we get women votes. We don't really have to do much. Every so often we'll mention women and, we stand for women because Biden says, hey, hashtag protect women in Iran. Yeah, that's what he did. He did such a great job. That's why schoolgirls in Iran are being poisoned by the Iranian government, as being reported around the world. Wow. I see how important and well-respected Joe Biden was. But that will guarantee him that the National Organization of Women is going to come out and say, we back Joe Biden and we're going to give him a donation of your money, that they're going to put their political power and try and convince all women, all progressive women, that they should vote for Joe Biden, even though he did nothing to help women. What about the women in Afghanistan? Do you remember that? Remember the National Organization of Women, all of the progressive organizations saying how we have to protect women. We have to make sure that the Taliban respects women in Afghanistan, even though the United States is gone. When was the last time you heard about women in Afghanistan? When was the last time that MSNBC, ABC, CNN, when was the last time that they did a story about what is the status of women in Afghanistan after Joe Biden ran away? Oh, they don't do stories about that anymore. They're not talking about that anymore. They don't care what happens to those women anymore because they don't really care about the women. They cared about the politics to get through the election. That's what they cared about. And they wanted you to feel like they cared about women in Iran or in Afghanistan or in the United States. They wanted you to have that feeling like they care, that they're there for you, just as long as you made the vote. And then they got on to the business they really care about. Then they focused on the things they really are interested in, like climate change, which we are told is the number one danger in the world. It's not Iran with a nuclear weapon. It's not China invading Taiwan. It's not it's not a regional war in Southeast Asia. It's not the Ukraine. It's not Western Europe. It's not our allies in NATO. No, the biggest threat in the world is climate change, which climatologists have never been right in any prediction they have ever made since 1958. Something that we already lead the world in fixing. Since 2015, the United States has reduced greenhouse gases more than every country in the world, and in fact, more than all of Europe and the United Kingdom combined. We are leading the world. It is a fact that no country has done more to fix climate change. Whether or not it exists, we have reduced more greenhouse gases than everyone in the world for almost a decade now. And they're telling you, well, the biggest problem in the world is greenhouse gas. It's not our problem. We didn't cause the problem, and we're fixing the problem. Why is it the number one issue when we have black on black crime? When we have a guy in Texas, in Brownsville, Texas, when we have a guy driving a car into pedestrians, 6 people are wounded, 7 people are dead, but the biggest problem in the world is climate change. How much does it cost when you go to the store today? How much more are you paying for butter? How much more are you paying for lettuce? How much more are you paying for meat and for milk for your kids? How much more are you paying because of inflation? And tell me that climate change is the number one problem in the nation. If you can't pay your rent, you can't pay your mortgage, tell me that the biggest problem facing America is climate change when we lead the world in fixing climate. Again, they are manipulating you. They're manipulating you to think about something, to play your feelings rather than deal with the facts. because it's good politically. Who's winning on that? Well, the solar farms are winning. The wind farms are winning. By the way, Nancy has a huge investment in wind farms. Chuck Schumer, I believe, has a huge investment in solar, if I am correct about his investment there. They make huge donations towards Democrats. Gee, do you see a bias there? Just maybe? Yeah, I know. Well, actually, and John mentions that global warming morphed into climate change. Actually, to be correct, it was from 1958 going forward, in case you didn't know. They started with global famine in 1958. That the population in the world, by the time that the world got to, I believe they said 6 billion people, everyone in the world would starve to death. That was what they told us in 1958, and that was expected to happen somewhere in the 1980s. They were wrong. Then in the 1970s, they said it was global cooling and that the entire planet would become one big ice ball because the temperature was dropping too much and we would all die. And that was going to happen in the 1990s. They were wrong. In the 1980s and 1990s, we started going into global warming, which took us into the 2000s. Global warming, the temperature's going to go up and we're all going to die. Didn't happen. Not one prediction was correct. Not one. Now they changed it. Well, since global famine didn't work, global cooling didn't work, global warming didn't work, now they say, well, it's climate change. And it just changes. It just keeps changing. Not that it's correct. And if you want a clean, I want a planet to be clean. I have no problem with having a clean planet if we can do it. I have no problem with that. But I do have a problem when you're telling me that I'm an evil person if I don't believe in your feelings when every piece of scientific data contradicts what you have told us. When you cannot give me any evidence or any proof or even a theory that has lasted more than a week that actually says that what you're planning is going to be true. We have no plan. But again, we're pandering for the politics. We're pandering to a small sliver of the population to take advantage of them because, well, you're black. You're just going to vote Democrat. Women are just going to vote Democrat. Rather than trying to do anything to help them, no, we're just going to pander because they're already a given. That's a problem. That is a massive problem. And that's why the United States is not being respected right now, because Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are too busy pandering rather than trying to be effective. They're too afraid to stand up as strong leaders because so many progressives are afraid of war, because so many progressives are afraid to be strong. They want you to believe that America is evil and bad, and if America is standing up strong, protecting our allies, America is strong, protecting American citizens, well, that's not the image of a weak, evil nation. Tell me if you think I'm wrong. You can call in 607-242-9247. John called in. You can call in too from anywhere in the world. If you think I'm wrong, if you think America's evil, please tell me why. By the way, I'm pretty sure America isn't evil. That's why there are more than 2 caravans that I am aware of that are coming to our southern border right now with over 5,000 people. There's a reason why 5.5 million people have come to America under Joe Biden. 2.4 million in just 1 year under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. I don't think they're coming here because they think we're evil and we're going to enslave them all. I think they're coming here because they think it's a pretty great nation. Because the quality of life and the amount of freedom that they can have in America, even as criminals, is better than staying in any of their countries, whether it's Honduras or Venezuela, whether it's Cuba or Angola or China. Mike Bowie says, we've reduced our impact on climate change with the loss of all our manufacturing jobs. Well, that's true too. That's a separate issue, and that goes into a whole other thing. But I'm just trying to, again, I'm posing to you the questions and the realities, and the consequences of what happens when we blindly follow these politicians as if they are nobles, as if they have somehow been imbued with knowledge beyond knowledge, like they are all geniuses simply because they won an election. And meanwhile, the evidence that we actually see before us is they are failing. They have failed internationally, they have failed domestically. And to blindly support them as they fail, and it is harming you and your family and your friends and your neighbors, is ridiculous. I don't understand why we would do this without question. And when the left tells us that we should abandon people who dare to ask a question, who do not blindly obey, you should have a red flag waving in front of you saying, wait a minute, that doesn't sound right. That sounds like a dictatorship. That doesn't sound like a democracy or even a representative government. That sounds like obey or else. That's punishment. That's coercion. You can disagree with me, and I'm perfectly happy to hear anyone who thinks I am wrong. If there is anyone who's a progressive, a leftist, I don't care what you are. If you think I am wrong on this, I am more than happy to hear your argument to tell me why. I would like to be wrong. I wish I was wrong, because then things would be better. But that's not the case. But I'd love to hear it. And yet, each and every time I ask about these things, we do not see that. And this is why things are getting worse. Because as we pander to this ever smaller group of what's the word? Equity, of the priority of the equity chain that is created by some unknown group. Who decided equity? You know, there's white men are on the bottom. Then there's white women, and then there's black men and maybe black women, and then you go up to the next tier and it's anyone who's LGBTQ, except for the T, which is trans, because they're above them. And we have this constant switch, and then there's skinny people or fat people, you know, body positivity, that's above being black male or being a black woman. Do you notice who created that list? Who created these tiers? Who said that being fat is more important than being straight or being male or female or even the existence of women? Women don't even exist anymore because someone in equity said, well, that's not fair, that doesn't work out, so we get rid of it. Who decided that? Who took, they didn't take a vote on that. They didn't ask an opinion poll of the American people. Some elitist said, that's how I feel. And now we are supposed to change our lives for the feelings of this anonymous, ambiguous person, this ambiguous political ideology, and we're supposed to follow that because they said so. And don't you dare ask a question, or you're the bad guy. That's a dictatorship. That's not the free flow of information and ideas. That's not freedom. It's not even close. And we should call that out. And that's what I'm doing right now. I will call that out. And I'm talking about, and we see this in everything, because the reason why people are leaving Venezuela, why they're leaving Honduras, Guatemala, why they're leaving Mexico, why they're coming from Angola. Think about it. There are people who are coming from Angola and from China to come to the United States illegally through our southern border that Kamala Harris doesn't care about. You can love Kamala Harris as a politician. You can be part of the 5% of Democrats in 2019 that thought she should have been president and before she dropped out of the race. The first person to drop out of the race, even before Kirsten Gillibrand. If you thought that about Kamala Harris and you think she's fantastic, I'm happy for you. That doesn't change the fact that she has failed. Our southern border is wide open. The reason why Francisco Oropeza was in America and killed 5 people, killed a 9-year-old child, was because of the open border. That is a fact. It is irrefutable. There is no question on that. As much as the media didn't want to talk about it, as much as the media has tried to make you forget and move past that news cycle's over. Don't talk about the illegal immigrant, the illegal alien that was in America that got a gun, which breaks every single rule of gun control, so gun control doesn't work either. He's the proof that gun control doesn't work. He's an illegal alien, has zero rights in America, and got himself a firearm and used that firearm to kill 5 people, including a 9-year-old child. And we can't talk about it because he came into this country illegally. And that doesn't look good for Kamala Harris. That doesn't look good for 2024. So we can't talk about it. That should upset you. That should absolutely upset you. That we can't talk about it. Even if you think that America should have open borders, even if you think there should be gun control, even if you think that Kamala Harris is fantastic, that is an example of the failure and how it is negatively impacting you. And think about it. It's not just me. Now, you may remember that on May 2nd, we asked a very simple question on this channel. What has Kamala done as the border czar? We tried to look into her history. That was on May 2nd that we came out and put this question to the public because no one in the news media was willing to actually have this conversation. And I'm going to get to the comments in just a moment. And I want you to know that because we were asking this question on May 2nd, because we were the only news media, the only political commentary that was daring to ask the question, what is Kamala Harris doing? Why is she not fixing our border? Why is she not even involved with our southern border? When we were asking that question, guess what? Now, we finally hear it has to be an opinion. Again, the news media won't do it, but at least there's another opinion that came about on May 5th, asking the same thing. What happened to Kamala's push to fix root causes of the border crisis? They are finally starting to ask the question because we asked it first. Because someone actually saw this and said, gee, we should be asking people about this. This should be a question in America because pandering to illegal aliens does not make you safe. It does not help the nation. That is a fact. It's not a question. It's not an opinion. We know that. That's why Francisco Oropeza is a problem. And in that opinion piece, hoping that, and I quote, hoping that a century from now, people in Latin America won't feel the need to move to the United States is not a meaningful border strategy, which is what it appears that Kamala Harris is trying to do. Mexico, as an example, is decades, maybe generations ahead of Central American neighbors economically. They have a more stable economy, they have a richer economy, they have a better economy. And its per capita gross domestic product, its GDP, is more than triple that of Honduras. And Mexicans make up a significant proportion of the illegal aliens trying to get into America. So even if you think that Kamala Harris is fantastic, even if you think her one plan, which is to try and raise up Central and Southern America, which will take decades at least, if that is the best plan, if it actually is able to work, it will take decades, if not a century, for it to work. She's failed. It's a failure. Let me go back to the comments because maybe someone thinks I'm wrong. Mike Bowie says, we've reduced our impact on climate change with the loss of all our manufacturing jobs. I think I did address that. Yes, Mike, you're not entirely wrong on that. And he goes on to say, soon we will be just another third world country. And quite literally, that seems to be the end goal. When Joe Biden is telling us that within 5 years we will have $50 trillion in debt. Think about that. You could take the bottom half of all the countries in the world combined and not get $50 trillion. That is more debt than most of the world will ever have. We cannot pay that off. It is too much. We can't pay it off. $50 trillion. And this is his plan going forward. And he says, that's a great idea. We'll save $300 billion a year for the next 10 years. $300 billion, but we'll be $50 trillion in debt. I want to try and let's make this real world numbers. Let's think about this in real world numbers so it makes sense to you and me. What he is essentially saying is, we will save $300. You would save $300. Would you take this deal? Now, someone says, your credit card is going to be $50,000 in debt. In fact, your bank account will show that you are $50,000 in debt. But you'll save $300 a year. Don't you feel happy? Would you be happy with that? Would you be happy with having a bank account that shows that you are minus $50,000 a year and you owe interest on that? But they're going to tell you, but the good news is you're saving $300 a year, because that's the economy of the United States. That's what Joe Biden has promised us. That is the plan from the Democrats right now, the progressive movement, to fund all of their progressive ideology, their woke plans, their feelings. You're going to be in debt by $50,000, but you'll save $300. You're saving $300. Doesn't that make the difference? No, it doesn't. And that's why we're becoming a third world nation. Because because as Joe Biden keeps printing this money, you can't afford butter, you can't afford baby formula, you can't afford eggs, you can't afford meat. You can't afford this. And that is a banana republic. That is the Weimar Republic. That is the future. We need leadership to stop this. We really do. Jan mentions that The Hill has an article about Joe Biden stating, Biden defends Harris, says VP hasn't gotten credit that she deserves. I saw that. I did see that. It was earlier in the week. One of the White House aides were saying that Kamala Harris deserves more credit for all she's done. Okay, what did she do? Notice nobody in the same article from The Hill, the actual statement from the White House cannot actually quantify what she has done. Kamala Harris cannot tell you what she's done. She has nothing quantifiable that says, I have made something better, anything better, anywhere in the world. That's a lack of leadership. You could be horrible. I can go over the Carter administration, and I'm sure that if we were to pay attention to it, you could find even one thing that Carter did right, and he was universally seen as a terrible president. You can go to Bill Clinton, you can go to Obama, and you can find at least one thing that they did right. You can go to their vice presidents and find at least one thing they did right. Kamala Harris can't tell you that she did something that was effective and that's positive. She can't. She can't point to one thing. We don't need that as our leadership. Junko Disco says, I mentioned Kamala Harris's name and the dog barked. Even my puppy, Khan, knows that she's just not good news. And Cool Roy, hello Cool Roy, haven't seen you in a long time. Cool Roy says that Kamala Harris is a space cadet. I can't say you're wrong about that one. See, these are some of the problems that we're dealing with, and it's only now that we're starting to hear people talk about this. I mean, think about it. When I say that there's 5,000 immigrants, here's an article that you probably didn't see. It came from The Guardian back in February. This is probably why you didn't hear about this. The first known migrant caravan of 2023, not ever, but just of 2023, we found out that they were coming. They're traveling 3,500 kilometers, roughly about 2,500 miles, to come to the United States border. They started marching on February 22nd. Here's my evidence. This is The Guardian, a left-leaning source. They were able to tell us that. MSNBC didn't tell you that. CNN didn't tell you that. ABC didn't tell you that. We had to go international, The Guardian, out of the United Kingdom to find out what's happening and affecting our country. That should scare you. That should be a problem. That's not a good thing. And we've already shown you that, we showed you what, 3 weeks ago? April 23rd, that we were able to show you the 3,000 migrants that are coming from Mexico City that are coming into America. Yeah, there's over 5,000. But you're not being told about this. Why? Because just like the Portland State University, they are trying to say, in the Queer Resource Center, they're saying, they do not want to speak to you. They know that you are calm. See, as much as they want to say the right, the far right, you're out of your mind. You are if you believe in making America great, you're the far right. If you don't agree with their feelings, you're the far right. Everyone is the far right except the progressives. Okay, and they know that people who are on the right, people who are Republican or conservative or libertarian, that they're calm. They don't go out and they don't have riots. They don't go out and they don't burn down cities. They don't create autonomous zones that violate every local, state, and federal law. They're not violating the Constitution. That's correct. That's absolutely true. And that we are within our rights. It is part of the First Amendment for us to be able to speak up calmly and to be able to have protests and to be able to have boycotts of products. They know it is absolutely legal. And they know it is an expression of the First Amendment. They know this. It's not a question. They know it's correct. And they know they would like to stop us. Notice they said, legally, we cannot stop them. They want to stop you. They want to shut you up. Not because you're wrong, not because you're burning down cities, not because you're violent, not because you have done something that is illegal. They just don't want you to speak. They just don't want you to tell them they are wrong. They don't want you to not obey their feelings. They know that. That's why they say, legally, we cannot stop them. Because if they could, they would. They want to make laws that will stop you. They want to have censorship on the internet. They want YouTube and Facebook and Google and Twitter. They want them to be able to silence you, to hide you away, to suppress your voice. They do that to this channel on a regular basis because they legally can't shut us up. In other words, they would like a dictatorship. They would like to be authoritarian. They would like to destroy the First Amendment and take it away from you because they don't want to hear you. They know. But their answer is that they will ignore you. They want to ignore you, not because you're wrong, not because you don't have a good answer, not because you can actually answer the questions, their questions, that you can actually challenge them, not because they can't, because they can't answer our questions, they will instead ignore them. They don't want to have the conversation. They'd rather just silence you. Now, this is in particular because one of the things that they were talking about at Portland State University is because they want to give cotton candy and coloring books to students that are trans and gender nonconforming. These are their words. Because you're LGBTQIA+, call yourself a toaster, to help you deal with it, they've created a safe space where they will give you cotton candy and coloring for a week. This is like trying to convince little children to go into the van down by the river because the stranger has candy. This is stranger danger, folks. This is stranger danger. Here's cotton candy. Get in the room. You're okay. We're safe now. Just keep believing what we tell you. Don't think. Just obey and have the cotton candy. Here's a coloring book. My God, that is insulting. If I were LGBTQIA++, toaster, whatever, I'd be insulted. If you believe that you have an issue, that you want your voice to be heard, that you're supposed to be confronting this, and their answer at Portland State University is, here's some cotton candy, here's a coloring book, go in the corner. I'm sorry, that's a problem. They don't think they're not raising adults. They're not raising people who can actually deal with anything. No wonder they want to ignore the right or libertarians or conservatives or anyone who disagrees with them. No wonder that they are upset, and no wonder they want to change the laws so that you can't speak. They're doing it because they don't think you're an adult. They don't think you're smart enough to do it. They want to give you cotton candy and coloring books. Think about that, folks. They want you to have coloring books because they don't respect you as a human being. They don't respect you as a grown adult. They think you're too stupid. This is people on the left talking about people on the left. If they don't respect their own supporters, what do you think they think about everyone else? That's a serious question there. If they don't support and they do not respect their own people, what the hell do they think about you? Portland State University has a lot to answer for. This is how they protect the trans and the 112, 81, 62, whatever. You can find it all. How many innumerable amounts of different sexualities that they now claim that are out there. Fantastic. That's what they claim. And their way to protect all of them is, here's a coloring book and here's some cotton candy. And this, they think, is the answer to dealing with the fact that someone says, well, no, I believe there's only two genders. Their answer to there's only two genders is, here's some cotton candy, here's a coloring book. Yeah, I can see the respect that they have there. It sounds so respectful. Now, Jan says Biden sent out 1,500 National Guard to the border. Yes, I know. But they're not there, as you correctly mentioned, not to stop people from entering America, but to organize them so they can enter America orderly. This is the failure. This is why other countries don't respect us. We're sending our military to the border to let people cross into our country illegally, to break the law. We're helping people break the law. You're right, Jan. But I wish that was the worst of it. I wish that was the only thing, because we could fix that really quick. If the southern border was the only problem facing America, and that's the reason why Russians went into the Ukraine, why Iran is trying to build a nuclear weapon, why Israel is trying to figure out a plan to stop them, why China is looking to start a war in Southeast Asia, that Japan is building a military. If all of that was because of just having a southern border that's wide open, we could fix that easy. But I wish that were the problem. The problem is that according to DW, Deutsche Welle, the German news, are able to say that in the United States, the far left are telling doctors that they have to be segregated. You think I'm kidding. You think I'm wrong. You're saying to yourself, Mike, you don't know what you're talking about. There's no segregation in America. We fought a war against segregation. We had the civil rights movement against segregation. For most of the people watching this channel, you were born well afterwards. You didn't even know that there was a fight about segregation. That's how long it's been that we've had generations, about 2 generations, maybe 3, that have grown up in a post-segregation America. That's how long ago we fought this battle and we beat it. And now the left is bringing it back again. Let me show you.
The University of California, San Francisco, and they write, founded on legacies of colonialism and racism, medical education has historically centered white learners and continues to perpetuate structural racism. Some Black, Indigenous, people of color, people have been socialized to care for the egos of white people, to express their emotions only in ways that are palatable to.
Let me stop right there. So the New England Journal of Medicine, which helps determine all of the medicine in America, they are saying that if you are Black, that Blacks don't get to be doctors. Dr. Ben Carson would disagree with that. That somehow that doctors have to be white, otherwise white people will be upset and their feelings will be hurt. That we have to segregate doctors and make sure that they are Black and Indian and women, because you don't have the opportunity to do that now because white fragility. This is what they're saying.
White audiences and to tread lightly around white fragility. In a space without white people, Black, Indigenous, people of color, they can bring their whole selves, heal from racial trauma together, and identify strategies for addressing structural racism.
Okay, I want you to think about that. Listen to that sentence there. Listen to this sentence. In a space without white people, Black people, Indigenous people, whatever you want to call yourself, people with color, can bring, without white people, you can bring your whole selves. You can heal from racial trauma. It's 2023. You know what? The overwhelming predominance of everyone in America has no racial trauma. You can become president. You can run for Congress. You can go to the Senate. You can own a business. You can be a multi-billionaire. What racial trauma are they exactly talking about? About living in the ghetto? Isn't that fabulous? That's what all the rappers tell you. That's what their whole music industry is built around. Ghetto fabulous. That's what we're told is supposed to be a great thing, that you should be a drug dealer. That's why we're legalizing drugs. You should be on more drugs. This is crazy. The only structural racism I see is coming from the left, that they are creating racism, that they are creating the division. They are constantly screaming about racism. That's the only thing you hear. Yes, you hear them say, oh, climate change is the worst thing in the world. Oh, except for racism, which is the worst thing in the world, except for having closed borders, which is the worst thing in the world. They're constant. Everything is the worst thing in the world. It's always the worst. And the only answer is them. Critical race theory. White people are evil. Black people are victims. And the only one who can help you is the government, which is made up of white people and Black people. Does that make sense to you? Well, it shouldn't. It doesn't make sense at all, but you're not supposed to think about that. Let me go back to some of the comments here, because I saw one. Hal says, and Hal is correct, our parents lived in a segregated America. That wasn't that long ago. Well, that's kind of true. That's kind of true, Hal. See, I'm 55, and yes, my mother did live in a segregated America. My nephews have never seen that. I have a younger sister who has never seen that. Okay? I didn't see it. My mom did. But so many of the people who are watching this channel, who are 20, who are 30, they've never seen that. It's been 2 generations for them. So yes, it is 2 generations, maybe 3, depending on how your family line is, since people were fighting about segregation. It's been about 60 years, almost 70 years. We're getting close to 100 years. We defeated that. And you know what? Not only did we defeat it, we move forward. That's why we have people like Barack Obama, who became president. That's why we have currently Kamala Harris, who's vice president. We've had secretaries of state. We've had individuals in Congress. Many people for a long time have been black and Hispanic and in Congress. Segregation was dealt with. Even if you want to go with celebrity, think about the 1980s. We had Moesha. We had The Cosby Show. We had The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. We beat this down in the 80s, only to let it come back in the 2000s. Racism was done, and now we brought it back. Why? Because it's a politically advantageous, because it divides people and it makes sure that politicians get votes. Because if it was solved, and it was, and if we were moving forward, and we were, they don't get donations. Groups like BLM don't get to buy mansions. People like Sean King doesn't get to buy a $40,000 dog. What's her name? Dolezal. Rachel Dolezal doesn't get to have a job for decades at the NAACP because she's lying about the color of her skin. Because she suddenly decided one day that she's black, and she's not. She's white. Elizabeth Warren was reelected year after year. She was able to get discounts in going to college and getting jobs because she claimed that she was an American Native Indian. And she has never apologized for that. She never gave any of the money back. She's not lifting anyone up for that. She profited off of this false narrative. See, that's the problem. We've seen from the left how they use this at a disadvantage to everyone else. The problem was fixed. They decided to bring it back because it gives them a benefit. Whether it's BLM buying mansions, whether it's Sean King buying dogs, whether it's Rachel Dolezal keeping a job, or whether it's Elizabeth Warren getting reelected over and over again after getting benefits in college. Hal says, let me go back here. Jan says California is putting out that propaganda because they're getting ready to pass reparations. More crap to brainwash. And yeah, I'm about to talk about the reparations in California. Hal says I wouldn't argue that we haven't made progress. You can't argue that, Hal. It's not an arguing point. It's definitively, empirically, it is a fact that we have had enormous progress. Enormous. More than any other country in the world in that same kind of time span. There is no comparison anywhere in the world, in the history of the world. Just that there is no comparison. So it's not even an arguing point. But to pretend that the ripple of segregation has disappeared is short-sighted. No, it's not. How? It's not short-sighted. Segregation exists because we reinforce it, because we have created it, because Democrats won't let it go, because they need segregation. They need racism. They pull the race card. Al Sharpton wouldn't have a career without racism. Period. Jesse Jackson's career was built on racism. AOC, Anna Presley, Ilhan Omar, Cori Bush, Maxine Waters, their careers are built on racism and segregation. And again, this is the stuff that they're creating, not that exists, that they're pushing out there. I will give you proof of that. Let me give you proof of what I'm talking about. I'm skipping ahead a little bit in the show, but let's talk about the New York subway. This is Anna Presley talking about a guy. This video is old. This isn't what he looked like. This isn't what he was doing. This is to push emotional buttons. They want you to think that this guy, this homeless man, was some clean-cut Michael Jackson impersonator. That's over 20 years old. Excuse me, it's over a decade old, that video. Over a decade ago. He doesn't look like that now. That isn't how he acts now. And she says, he was 30 years old. Yes. Black men deserve to grow old. True. Not to be lynched on a subway because they're having a mental health crisis. First of all, he's been having a mental health crisis for decades. It didn't happen yesterday. It didn't happen last week. He's been having a mental health crisis for decades. And these Democrats in a city run by Democrats, New York City, in a state run by Democrats, New York State, they didn't care. The Democrats didn't care. He was there every day for decades. They didn't care. And he wasn't lynched. Let's get that for real. We know what lynching is. I showed it to you. You know who gets lynched? People in Pakistan got lynched. Not this guy. He didn't get lynched. He was an aggressor. He was arrested 42 times. He's been arrested for violently attacking 67-year-old women. He is known to attack people on that subway train many times. That's who we're talking about, not this Michael Jackson impersonator. They would like you to think that. But she is using, why did she say lynched? She could have said he died. He shouldn't have died so young. No, she said lynched. Why? Emotional manipulation. Because Anna Presley, Representative Anna Presley, needs racial tension. She needs segregation so that she can get more money in her campaign fund so she can get reelected. Because if you're busy bitching and moaning about whether or not there's racism in America and how it's holding you back, she's going to win. She gets a benefit. She gets to stay in a cushy job, making a lot of money, doing nothing. Because she had nothing to say about the homeless in New York City. She had nothing to say about the crime in New York City. She had nothing to say about black on black crime. She still has nothing to say about any of those things, but she's willing to use this to generate more popularity to win an election. And she's not the only one. There's also Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez saying that Jordan Neely was murdered. No, he wasn't. Well, he died, but he wasn't murdered. There's a difference. Jamal Bowman, yet another socialist, who says, black men seem to always be choked to death. Really? Black men always seem to be choked to death. Representative Bowman, when was the last time a black man was choked to death? Where are the records of that? Representative Bowman goes on to say, Jordan Neely did not have to die. It's as simple as that. Yet we have another black man publicly executed. Executed. He was executed. He was held down. There was a black man helping to hold him down. Did they not see the video? Did they not look at the black man in the video holding Jordan Neely's arms down? Did they not listen to any of the witnesses that said that Jordan Neely was a threat? Did they not look at his history? But somehow he wants you to think black men are being choked left, right, and all over the place. They're constantly being checked. Look, I checked out. There hasn't been a lynching in America since 1955. I looked at what is the main cause of death for black men in America. Number 5, homicide. Most of that, almost entirely, firearms. Has nothing to do with people being choked. I tried to find this stat that he has. I looked over and over and over again. I was talking about this with people just 2 days ago on a live stream. And I have searched everywhere that I could find. Where is it? I went to the FBI. I went to the CDC. Here's the FBI's data, okay? Just so you can see. This is from the FBI Crime Data Explorer from 2021. And going in there, looking at the chart of, by the way, notice the crime? This is the Biden administration. Looking at all violent crime, 2021, black offenders, 332,000 black criminals. Victims, 310,000 black victims. And when you look at it, how did they die? strangulation, choking. 0. Now, I want you to think about this. 0. This is from the FBI. And we're being told by Representative Jamal Bowman that the number one thing killing black men in America well, let me rephrase that because he didn't say number one. He said black men seem to always be choked to death. Where? Where is he getting this from? Because when you actually look at the data, 0. Where are all these cases? When is this happening all over the place? It isn't. He's making it up. It's like when AOC is saying that Jordan Neely was murdered. No one intended to kill him. No one just walked up and said, hey, it's free range. Let's just kill some homeless people now. Let's go kill black men now. That's not happening in America. They're using you. This is emotional manipulation because Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez wants to win an election. Anna Presley, Jamal Bowman, they want to win elections. They have campaign coffers that they need to fill up. They need to raise money for the Democratic National Committee for the 2024 election cycle. They are using you. BLM wants to get another mansion, and they already have 6 of them. Sean King wants to get another $40,000 for another new dog. Rachel Dolans needs a new job. They're raising money. They are using you. And they're using race and segregation to do it. It's not because black men are being targeted. If black men are being targeted by anyone, it's from other black men. The number one reason that black men are dying is because 83% of black men die because of other black men. Black on black crime is the number one source of death in America. It's not cops. It's not white people. It's not Hispanics. It's not Asians. It's black on black crime almost exclusively because of gangs and drugs. That is a fact. They are using you. And they're using race and they're using segregation as their weapons. It's absolutely true. So let me go back to some of the comments. And again, Hal, I'm not picking on you. I'm picking on the issue. I'm picking on the position, not you. So it says, Hal says, Jan says, does it really surprise anyone that Democrats want things segregated? They fought against everything to give blacks freedom in the past. Well, yeah. Again, the Ku Klux Klan created by Southern Democrats. That's a fact. We've seen in 2015 that they were starting their safe spaces to segregate people, to have black-only areas. That's segregation. That reverses Brown versus Board of Education. They've been actively doing that since 2015. In Binghamton University in 2016, they were giving classes to the freshman students trying to stop white people. That was actually a class. Stop White People 2016. That is a fact. At Binghamton University, they had that course. That's racism. That is racism. And that is coming from the left, not the right. Critical race theory is racist. Saying that a bunch of people are evil and wrong just because of the color of their skin, that they have privilege just because of the color of their skin, and that other people are less than just because of the color of their skin, that's evil. When you listen to the left talk about women, women are less than. They're not as capable. They're not as beneficial as men. Why? Because the left wants you to feel less than. That's what the ERA movement's all about. Women aren't equal. Women are less than. That's why they want you, that's why third wave feminism, they want you to be a man. Because they don't think being a woman is worth it. Hal says, is it my stance that the day the Civil Rights Act was passed, ending segregation, the effects of segregation ended as well? I've never said that, Hal. I have never said that. That's not my stance. I have said very clearly that we've seen in the 80s, the 90s, we have seen the impact lessened severely. And it wasn't until the resurgence of talking about the race card, racism, segregation being created by the left that we started going backwards. We were defeating segregation. Segregation was almost entirely gone. Yes, I will say that. In my lifetime, absolutely. The fact that we see ads on TV with black and white, we have couples that are black and white, we have TV shows, movies with black and white couples all over the place, that people are walking around, even in small towns of America, with black and white and multiracial parents and kids. Yeah, we were getting rid of segregation. Segregation really isn't. Yeah, racism, gone. Yeah. No, I didn't misspeak. No, I did not misspeak. Yes, in my opinion, was racism gone? Pretty much, yes. That is my opinion on that. You could say, Mike, well, I don't agree with that. That's fantastic. Coming up in the Bronx, living in LA, living in New York City, living across this country, as I have, poor. No, racism really isn't an issue. That has not been an issue in America until you see the left pushing that. BLM is pushing that. Antifa is pushing that. We have the Democrats in elected office, the progressives, the Democratic Socialists. They're pushing racism. But the average person isn't pushing that. They haven't been pushing that since the 90s, since the 70s. I didn't misspeak. That's exactly what I'm saying. Now, is that to say that there are no racists? No, that's not true. There will always be someone who is racist in the world. There are French racists who hate Moroccans. That's a fact. There are Irish that hate the English because they're racist. That's a fact. That exists. The Chinese are racist against black people. Just ask anyone in Disney. Look at how they market things. They know this. It is a fact. It is a marketed fact. Racism exists. Now, is racism in terms of our politics, in terms of opportunity in America, is that hurting anyone? Not really, no. Overwhelmingly, no, it's gone. But the left is bringing it back. Let's have a safe space. Let's segregate doctors. I just showed you the New England Journal of Medicine. They want to segregate doctors. We have colleges like the Binghamton University that wants to segregate classes. We had teachers in Michigan who are trying to segregate kindergartners based on the color of their skin. We have critical race theory that demands that you have to separate people and segregate them. That's racist. That's coming from the left. There is no one on the right that is asking for these things. No one. Biden, with his diversity, equity, and inclusion mandate for the United States government, has been increasing the amount of segregation in our military, something that had been resolved in Vietnam, in Korea. We had this worked out in the 60s in our military. We had an integrated military that more or less was working with each other, and definitely by the 80s and the 90s, it wasn't an issue. I know that from my experience in the Marine Corps. I know that from the experience of family members in the Army. I know that from many people I know who've served in various offices. We had gotten past that, and now they're bringing back white rage. That's Mark Milley. Now they're trying to bring in drag. Now they're pushing for LGBTQ. Now they're talking about let's recruit people because of two moms. That's all on the left. That is a fact. It is empirical. It is not a question. It is not disputable. It is factual. And that's the problem. Because it isn't just my opinion. It is the fact. Now, you can say whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, that's disputable. And you can say, Mike, but I think these are great things. Fantastic. I'm glad you think it's good. I don't. I think it's absolutely harmful. I think this is terrible. And I don't see any evidence that proves it otherwise. I mean, let me show you what I'm talking about here. This again, going to what happened to the homeless guy in New York, and anyone wants to call in, please do. This is Jordan Neely. And everybody who's been talking about this all week, that this black man, now, this is according to all hip hop, which is, their target market is black. Okay? So here's Houston Williams. This is his article. And he goes, a black homeless man was strangled to death in New York City by an ex-Marine that boasted being a vigilante. What should happen next? That's not exactly what happened. He has already framed this emotionally to try and incite people, to inflame people, to get them to be on his side. He's not accurately reporting anything. His answer is, what the TF is going on? I swear to God, this country is going to hell in a handbasket. Why is this country going to hell in a handbasket? Because that's not common. This isn't normal. What happened in the New York subway doesn't happen on a daily basis. No one's hunting black people. This isn't a common occurrence. See, again, he's using emotion to make you feel like something's happening. This is the left. And yes, allhiphop.com is incredibly left-leaning. They're part of those Democrats that are already assumed to be Democrat no matter what they do. They're black, so they must be Democrat. That's what Joe Biden said. So he goes, I cannot really conceptualize what it is to murder somebody that this ex-Marine found out. Okay, that's a good thing. No one should be able to conceptualize that. Apparently, it is legal to kill black homeless people. No, it is not. See, now, again, he's just inflamed people. He is inciting people. He is making this crap up. It isn't legal to just kill someone. And Jordan Neely wasn't just killed. No one ran up and said, hey, there's a black man standing over there. Let's go kill him. There's a homeless man standing over there. Let's go kill him. No one said that. But that's how he wants you to feel. That's the emotion he wants you to have. He wants you to be angry about that and not think, not stop for a second and understand what happened, what's going on. He wants you to go, oh, racism, segregation. Oh, I have to be a Democrat. We got to fight this. He's lying to you. He's misrepresenting things so that you will be angry because critical race theory, all white people must be evil, all black people are victims. It's in black and white, folks. I'm showing you, this is his article. But it's not real. Remember that what we know for a fact, as was reported by the New York Times, is that he doesn't care, that Jordan Neely had said he didn't care, that he was willing to die. Here's the picture. By the way, there's that black man holding down Jordan Neely. Did you forget about him? Hey, all hip hop. I want you to answer this. All hip hop. Who is, this is a white guy. Oh my God, an ex-Marine, a white guy. He did this. Did you not notice the black man holding down the black man? Did you forget about that? Did you just ignore that? Did you not care about that? Because apparently you don't care about that. The only thing you can see is white face. That means all you can see is the racism. All hip hop is being racist. AOC is being racist in this moment. We're seeing that from Bowman, Representative Bowman. We're seeing that from Representative Anna Presley. All they can see is this guy's face. This is the only thing they see. They can't see this man standing right over here. They can't see him. They don't realize that there are dozens of people on the subway train, that there are dozens of people at the station that are waiting for the police to show up, that there are people of every single color and creed and race and religion on the F train right there, not more than 10 feet away, not even 5 feet away from these men. They don't see any of that because they're racist, because they have a racist view, because they want it to be racist, because if it is racist, they're going to get eyeballs. That's why we see that this article, ex-Marine kills homeless black man on a New York subway train. That's not the story. And he wrote it like this to get the eyeballs so he will get paid. because they make money off of that. That's why you're seeing that Anna Presley is showing this image and saying that he was lynched, because it makes her money. Because Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez says that it's murder because she's making money. Jamal Bowman is saying that black men get choked all the time because it's making him money. And you are the victim. They are making you a victim. They're taking advantage of you. That's the racism I'm talking about. That's the segregation I'm talking about. And there are many examples of that. And that's what's destroying America. Because the uniter, where is Joe Biden? Mr. I want to unite everyone. I want to bring everyone together. Remember, he said that in 2019? He's not saying that for 2024. He's not saying he's uniting America and see what a great job he's doing. He's not saying that in 2024. He dropped that. He left that in the background because he's not trying to unite America. He's not trying to bring everyone together. He's trying to make you obey. Not the same thing. And that's every policy that he has done. That's diversity, equity, and inclusion. It means obey. And they're going to say, and the way they get you to obey is they inflame your emotions and remove all logic and all evidence. Like removing the black man that is actually seen in the video, that is complicit, that is involved in this, because they're not trying to murder John Neely. They're trying to hold him down until the police show up. But they can't see this man. He might as well be invisible. This is how little they care about black people opposed to inflaming black people. How he does not, this black man standing right here in the frame of every single video that has ever been shown about this, they ignore him. He is invisible to them. He does not exist because they don't value him. They value the politics. Is there anyone who disagrees with me? If you think I am wrong about that, please call on 607-242-9247. I am passionate, absolutely. I will respect you. I will hear you out. I will not insult you. We can have a discussion about this. Please do not take my passion as not being able to hear you. I implore you, if you think I am wrong, if you think that Anna Presley or Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez or Jamal Bowman, NBC News, all hip hop, if you think they are correct, if you think their view is absolutely on point, that black men are being choked all the time, that black men are targets of victimhood, that they're going to be attacked and killed on a regular basis purely because they're black, please call in and tell me how you get to that conclusion. Because as a black Hispanic who grew up in the Bronx, who's lived around this nation, that looks at the data on a regular basis, that's not the truth. That is a lie. You're being manipulated. Tell me how I am wrong. Let me go back to some of the comments. So, user has been banned. Hello, user has joined us and says, vigilante, a member of a self-appointed group of citizens who undertake law enforcement in their community without legal authority, typically because legal agencies are thought to be inadequate. Well, I think a vigilante can apply to an individual and not a group. But even so, is he being a vigilante? No. It is misused. Many people believe, and he is already alleged, Daniel Penny is the Marine in question, 24-year-old guy. He's the white man that they keep talking about, the ex-Marine that they're talking about. He's a Marine. And they're not talking about the black man at all. None of these men are vigilantes. Again, let's look at they're not vigilantes. That's not vigilantism we see on that screen. That's not someone taking the law into their own. Those are individuals who are taking a well-known and repeat violent criminal, a deranged violent criminal, and they are subduing him. And I said this I said this in my review of this in my live stream that I had on, where was it? Where did I have? I thought I had it up here. No. I thought I had it up there. Did I not? Okay. Well, I had the, oh, wait a minute. Here it is. So in the live stream I had 2 days ago, in talking about this, I pointed out the fact that the root cause of this, and you may disagree, but the root cause of this is the progressive policies. As I described in that live stream, Jordan Neely is dead because the progressives, Anna Presley, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Jamal Bowman, don't care about black people because they defunded the police, which means that's why it took over 15 minutes for the police to show up in the subway, because they defunded the police. They endangered the public because they didn't fund mental health services. In fact, they cut that because they've helped increase inflation. The money doesn't go as far as it should. Now, they have helped this problem become existent because of all of their policies. Because of critical race theory, they have made more of a division amongst people. And so people are picking sides, and they're becoming angry about this. They're making this worse. It's the progressive ideology that created this situation that allowed him to be dead. To get Jordan Neely, he should have been in jail, but they have bail reform, so he's constantly released. It's because they have social justice, and so he's not being punished for the crimes he's committing because his skin is darker than some of the other people that are arrested for the same thing. That's not equality. That is definitely the definition of inequality. And it's part of the reason why Jordan Neely was on that subway train and why he is dead today. It's the progressive policies that killed Jordan Neely. That's what killed Jordan Neely. Hello, and thank you for calling into No Soundbites Allowed. I'm your host, Michael Voss, and may I ask, what's your first name?
Mike, it's me, John, again.
Hey, John.
So you're talking about a topic I really want to jump into here.
Okay.
So you don't think this guy's a vigilante for what he's doing?
No.
I disagree to some. To me, the definition of vigilante is someone not just taking the law into their own hands, but doing what the police should be doing at this point.
That's not necessarily true. Self-defense isn't something that only police can do.
No, but they're actively getting involved in a situation that is not their own.
The guy is, now, I'm playing somewhat devil's advocate because we don't know how this started. So we all have to say that other than people who are on the F train, everyone else is ignorant of the exact details. What we do know is that the people in the F train, at least as reported by witnesses, felt threatened. That this guy was aggressive and he was making statements that sound like he was willing to die, which sounds like a statement of aggression, that he's about to do something very violent. What we do know, so being on that train, being somewhat near him, that is an imminent threat to my life. I have a right to defend myself.
I agree with you. I don't think it's what they did was wrong, though. I'm not disagreeing that vigilantism is bad at this point.
But see, I don't think it's not vigilantism. That is, as I describe it, if that's the case, again, if that's 100% of the case, as the evidence seems to suggest, that's not a vigilante. That's someone just being self-defense.
I don't know. I really don't know. But I think you're bringing up an important point. At this point, I think that's the only way New York City is going to fix with liberal policies.
Well, see, because we're using the term vigilante, and I understand User Has Been Banned is mentioning that they put the definition in chat. I know that. But we're talking about the common use, the way people think about it. And people think about vigilante, they think Batman. This isn't a Batman. This wasn't a Batman situation. I've been on the subways before. It's not the first time that people have had a fight or got into an altercation on a subway. It happens every day, dozens of times every day in New York City. You have almost 1 million people riding the subway every day in New York City.
Right.
There are fights constantly. It's not vigilantism. Vigilantism would be tracking, if this guy tracked down Jordan Neely, if he was chasing him down and tracked him down and purposely came after him, Jordan Neely saying nothing, doing nothing, and this guy just came up and grabbed him because he goes, "You're a homeless guy and you're crazy, and I know that," and then started choking him. That's vigilantism. But that's not what happened. There was a threat, a credible threat, because, again, many people had seen him on that stop and on that train. They have seen him be an aggressor, to attack people, which he's been arrested for, and they've heard him threaten people many times on that stop and on that train in different days for years. So he is a credible threat. He is a known threat. It is very likely that everyone on that train had seen him before and seen him actually commit to the threats he's making. So that's self-defense. If that's all correct, and again, I'm making certain assumptions. I'm not I'm not leaping out of a cliff here. We're making simple assumptions based on the known facts. And if that's the case, that's self-defense. It's not like someone just said, he goes, "Oh, I've seen this guy. I know what he does. Let me just go hunt him down and get him before he does something." No, he had already done something. Do you see where I'm seeing the difference at? And that's why it's not Batman. It's just self-defense.
Somewhat. I think it's very iffy for me, but I think you're bringing up a bigger thing, right? New York City is so infested with crime right now. What point is it going to take for everyday citizens to stand up?
We've already been through this. See, before you were born, back in the 80s, there was Bernard Goetz. Okay, actually it was 70s, late 70s. Bernard Goetz, which I was alive for. And again, I grew up in New York City. I remember this. I was in New York City. I was taking the train. Bernard Goetz was the same thing. A guy who had been beat up by a gang. I mean, he was mugged. He was beat down as he was mugged. Broke bones, all that. And another gang, he was on the subway. Another gang came up with what they would use at the time were screwdrivers. And they would sharpen them, so that they had a screwdriver, and so that's legal, and it was easy to carry and to hide, and they used these screwdrivers to stab you. And so they came up to him, they were going to mug him. And Bernard Goetz pulled out a gun and shot them. That was vigilantism. That is an outsized, and he knew that he would be attacked again. He was looking for this. We've had the conversations. It went to the trials. We know Bernard Goetz was looking for these vigilantes. He wanted payback. He wanted to fight them. Now, the fact is, even though he wanted to do that, even though he was looking for that fight, even in the case with Bernard Goetz, the gang came to him. They attacked him. He defended himself with lethal force, but they again attacked him. New York City has already had this argument. We've already gone through the situation, and we already know the answer to this situation. And the answer was, let's hire more police and have them patrolling the subways more often. Well, you can't do that if you're defending the police. When they defended the police, they put everyone at risk. And they knew by the history of New York City itself, we've already been through this.
I completely agree. But at this point, right, we still have progressive politicians in charge, right?
Yes.
We are tying the hands of the police. Do you think at this point in time, we are going to see a rise of vigilantism in New York City? Or
No.
do you think it's going to stay stagnant, crime is going to continue, and eventually we're going to get a new mayor in place?
We've never had, you know what? We had vigilantes. They were the Sliwa and his Red Berets.
Guardian Angels.
The Guardian Angels. That was the vigilantism of New York City. That was the answer to Bernard Goetz and that crime wave in the 70s. That's the vigilantism that New York's, and they still exist. They still do it. So that is.
Oh yeah, I absolutely, I agree.
Okay. That's the vigilantism. We're not going to see worse than that. That's not how New York City works.
You don't think we're going to get a more extreme case at this point as
No.
things are escalating to this level?
No, you'll see more gangs. You'll see more gangs attacking people. You may even see you will see more BLM attacks. You'll see more Antifa attacks. You'll see New York City become more like Portland, but that's not the same thing, because the people who are going to be attacking, it's like the people who are complaining about this right now. It's the left. It's Antifa. It's BLM. They're trying to make this about lynching. They want you to think that black men are being choked every day. They want you to think that that black men are being killed predominantly by white people because it's a hunting sport, which is all a lie. The left is going to promote this, and they're going to engage in violence just like they did in Atlanta, just like they did in Seattle, like in Portland, like in Austin, like in Boulder, like in Brooklyn. I can go through a whole list of these things. It's the left. They're going to do it. That's not vigilantism. That is progressivism. That is intimidation. That's politics.
Right. But I almost wonder if it's going to become like Death Wish almost, if I can use a film example.
Yeah,
right?
I understand it. That's the argument that they made in the 70s about Dirty Harry. That's the argument they made about the Death Wish films. It never happened.
And I'm not arguing if it's good or bad, if citizens standing up to fight this is good or bad, because at some point, if the politicians are going to tie the hands of the police, I mean, citizens have to stand up and do something at some point.
This is the exact argument we had in the 70s and 80s. I was alive for it. I know this is a new argument to a new generation. You're younger than I am. So for you guys, this is new. This is old. We've already had this argument. America, and New York in particular, and New York City specifically, we've already had this argument. We've already been through this. And the answer is no, vigilantism isn't accepted and it didn't grow. It doesn't happen. It's not going to happen. We've already done this. It's not going to happen.
But is it to this extreme?
We were worse.
Yeah.
The violence in the 70s was, well, it was worse in a way. It wasn't, even in the 70s, it wasn't racial violence. It was just violence. We had gangs all over the place. We had violence all over the place because we had violent police and we had violent gangs. But we didn't have as many police. So we reformed the police and we increased the number of police, and we had stronger laws that we enforced, and people actually, when they got arrested, they actually stayed arrested, and when we put them in jail, they stayed in jail, and that made a change, and things got better.
Right. But at this point, I mean, that's kind of the difference, right? Now it's almost political. This is almost all political. It shouldn't be, but that's how people are treating it.
Well, it is political because we have Anna Presley, who's out of Boston, and she's all in this. We have politicians from across the country that are trying to turn this into murder, which it's not. There's a difference between self-defense and someone dies and murder. Murder is intentional. It's not intentional. There's no evidence that it's intentional. And by the way, it's not just one man. Notice, and again, I have to point out, the key thing that is important about this is all the people. How do I know they're race grifting? How do I know that this is political, that this is about manipulating people's emotions? Because they're ignoring everybody on the scene. There's only one person they're talking about. That white guy that I'm showing the screen right now, Dan Penny. He's the only one they're targeting. There were 3 people holding down Jordan Neely. One of them happened to be black. There were multiple Hispanics and multiple black people and multiple white people and it's the F train, so Asians as well, that were there on the scene, all witnessing it. No one stopping it. No one was upset about it because it wasn't about murder. He wasn't trying to kill anyone. He wasn't screaming the Ku Klux Klan. He wasn't trying to be a neo-Nazi. He wasn't saying this is how I kill all black people. That's not what was happening. But they are ignoring everyone who is involved, everyone who witnessed this, to push one message: white man bad. That's political. This is not about vigilantism. This isn't even about crime or violence or the mentally ill. This is about politics. Does that make sense why I say that?
No, absolutely. I get what you're saying, Mike. I just think now more than ever, we're going to probably see a rise in this.
But they've been saying that, you know what, they said that about, let's think about it. Every single major right-wing protest in America since 2015, they've said that's going to create the Ku Klux Klan. Hasn't happened. They've said that about every single right-wing protest, that it's going to create mobs that are going to try and overturn the country and try and take it over. Hasn't happened. What we have seen happen is the left, based on that manipulation and that fear, we have autonomous zones across this nation. Every single autonomous zone has broken every single local, state, and federal law. Autonomous zones always result in someone's death every single time.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I shouldn't say that. 99%, 95% of the time that you have an autonomous zone, someone will die. Every single time that there's an autonomous zone, property will be burned down, people's lives will be destroyed. That always happens in every single autonomous zone that has existed since at least 2015. They will destroy the property, they will destroy the economy of those areas that they're in, and they're always created by the left. The right doesn't do that. And they are insurrectionists by definition every single time. So what you will see is the left is going to band together and they're going to try and have a march and a protest and burn down a bunch of buildings in Brooklyn, most likely. Not in Queens, not in Manhattan, not in the Bronx. They're going to do it in Brooklyn because that's where most people who are black and poor happen to be. And they're going to burn down a bunch of neighborhoods in Brooklyn, which aren't going to help anyone in Brooklyn. And it's going to hurt the city. And then you're going to see that happen. And in sympathy with that, in Chicago, in Baltimore, in Detroit, in Boston, in LA, in Portland, and in Seattle, as an example, they're all going to have riots there too. All from the left attacking people. The left are the problem.
Yeah.
And I say that not because I'm saying that not because I'm a Republican. I'm not saying it because I'm on the right. I'm saying it because that's historically, factually, empirically, by all evidence, that's exactly what they do. That's the pattern we have seen since 2015. Do you think I'm wrong?
No, I don't think you're wrong at all. I'm just wondering, as the left continues its escalation, are citizens finally going to say, I've had enough and retaliate?
Probably not. Probably not. Because in the middle of the worst of this escalation from the left, when BLM and Antifa were burning down cities across America, Kenosha, Minneapolis, and so on, in 2020 all the way through 2021, all of it, that we saw billions upon billions, that's billions per city, of damage, people's lives destroyed, and people dying, including an 8-year-old child in Atlanta, including a 14-year-old child in Seattle, including a man walking home from a rally that got shot in the back by an Antifa radical, loser, nut job. We saw guys in Dallas and in Houston that were just kicked in the head and killed. Guys that were beat to death across this nation. We saw this over and over again. Did the right turn around and say, we just have to rally up and just go out and wipe out these mobs? No.
Well, we did actually. We did have a couple groups come out, remember? It was the beginning.
You had
to
the
be
Proud
fair, it
Boys.
was the beginning.
You had the Proud Boys that would fight with them, but Proud Boys have
Well,
always
not just
fought.
the Proud Boys. Keep in mind, we also had things like Kyle Rittenhouse and people like that. Those kind of militias came
Not
out.
the same. No, not the same thing. Because Kyle wasn't acting as a militia; he was acting in self-defense. Again, Kyle didn't fire at anyone until he got attacked. Kyle,
No, but he was defending businesses. I'm not.
peacefully. He didn't.
Yes.
He didn't shoot anyone. He didn't attack anyone. He didn't harm anyone. He wasn't.
No, absolutely.
So that's not a militia. That's self-defense. He decided to help defend someone's property, and then he went out to try and help people. And he was out there with his bottle of water, with his med kit, trying to help people. And it wasn't until he was attacked that he actually defended himself. That's not vigilantism. The left would say that, and that's how the left has trained everyone to think about it, to use that word, Words have meanings.
That's a very fair point. I think that's a very, very fair point you're making, Mike. It is not vigilantism. I guess the better thing is, do you think we're going to get more and more citizens standing up and defending their rights?
I hope
Let me
so.
put it that way.
I hope so. I
Right.
hope so. And I want to
think
qualify
that
that.
would be-
I want to
Yeah.
qualify that. Yes, I want more people to defend themselves because they always should be defending themselves. But if someone is abusing the law, if they're abusing the right to defend yourself, in other words, they're trying to trick someone into attacking them, or they're just attacking them and using that as the excuse for their violence, they should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. But, you know, if you got a 4'11" woman being attacked by some 6'2", 250-pound man, you know what? I wonder if she can defend herself and she has to use a firearm to do so. I'm happy to see it happen. There's a big difference. And that's the thing. The left doesn't want you to think about that scenario that happens every day. They don't want you to think about the homeless guy that walks down. How many times have we seen, Jamal Bowman, Representative Jamal Bowman wants you to think black men are being choked to death every day, which isn't happening. But we do know that on a somewhat regular basis, homeless people are walking around the New York City subway, bashing people's heads in with bricks and throwing people onto the subway trains, onto the tracks. That happens regularly. That is happening every day, or virtually every day. So there's the difference. They have the emotion. Don't you feel bad versus the reality. Oh yeah, this homeless guy, we see this over and over again. There are dozens of people that get pushed onto subway cars. Now, most of the times that they get pushed into the tracks, people are able to get off the tracks and they don't die, which is why you don't hear about it on the news a lot. But they're constantly happening. It's not that it isn't happening. People just don't die very often from it, luckily. But homeless people and mentally ill people are doing that every week, every month. It happens. It's a common thing in New York City. Mm-hmm. But no one's upset about that because Anna Presley doesn't care about that. Jamal Bowman doesn't care about that. AOC doesn't care when that happens to people because it doesn't get them any money. It doesn't get them headlines. It doesn't get them votes. Mm-hmm. That's why I'm so sick with them, because it is disgusting that they are using this to advance their political agenda and not actually help anyone, because they didn't care. They could have stopped this. They didn't care. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're going to see a rise now more than ever of people standing up for their rights and defending themselves in New York City. So more than ever.
Let me ask this. Do you think that we're going to see more Dirty Harry or more Death Wish happening in the real world? Not just in New York City, but across America.
I think we're going to see it in specific states.
Okay.
Let me put it that way.
Which states?
California. Anywhere with high crime.
Well, right. That's everywhere. High crime is across the nation.
Right. But states where prosecuting crime is a problem.
Okay. Well, that's everywhere. Well, let me correct that. We have seen that predominantly, almost in every single bluer than blue. Every state that's not purple. Every blue state. So you're talking about Ohio. You're talking about New Jersey, you're talking about Pennsylvania, well, not Pennsylvania, Washington State, Oregon, California, New York, Maryland, Delaware. So those states would be the ones that where we see all the defunding the police, where we see that they're using social justice. Those are the states with the highest crime.
Yeah, I think that's probably where it's going to be.
And how would that look?
How would it look?
Yeah. I have a reason why I'm asking that question. I'll explain in a second, but tell me how it would look.
That I don't know. I don't know how it'd look, but I think if the policies aren't going to change and they have elected these politicians, I think a group of citizens is going to stand up and say enough is enough.
Okay. See, and here's my answer to you. The reason why it won't happen is the very reason, is the answer to my question, how does that look? They can't, if you can't envision it, if the average person can't envision themselves doing that, it won't happen. That's number one reason why it won't. People can't imagine a scenario. If people can't imagine a scenario, clearly envision the way that they would fight back, then they won't. And that's why you overwhelmingly won't see that. People
Fair
have
enough. That's a very good point.
and I think, and I think people have the emotion, they just don't have, because it's not a natural instinct. It's not something we want to do. We want the
That's a
police
very
to
good
show
point, Mike. Yeah. No, absolutely. I think that's a very good point.
Yeah, again, it's, and I could be wrong, but I don't think so for that reason. And again, because I've lived long enough, I've already been through this. And it's the same fears existed in the 70s and 80s as they're trying to give us now. And the answer isn't vigilantes, which I don't, and again, I'm not advocating for vigilantes. I do advocate for self-defense. Even strong self-defense, even if that means someone dies in self-defense, I advocate self-defense. But it is entirely different thing than what the left, because the left is trying to make it demonic. They are trying to make, for you to defend yourself is evil. For you to defend yourself based on the color of your skin is even more evil. And they ignore every single fact that surrounds the situation. When the average person in America looks at the video, I have to believe there is an overwhelming number of people who are looking at this going, so what's that black guy doing? Not the one who's being held down, not Jordan Neely. What about the black guy who's holding down Jordan Neely? What about him? Why aren't we talking about him? Is he going to get arrested? Is he going to be charged with murder? Should he be charged with murder? He doesn't seem like he's trying to kill the guy. He's also not trying to get Dan Penny to let him go. They're perfectly happy with this. So is he complicit? Is it a crime? Is it still racial if a black guy is involved in it? Oh, and I have to believe I'm not the only one who looks at the video, who looks at the photos. You can't have a photo of this event and not have that black guy in the video or in the picture. So you have to ask these questions. And the politicians are like, no. Don't believe your lying eyes. Just trust us. It's black men are being choked in America. It's a sport now. I mean, literally, as I said, I don't know if you heard me say this before, but I was quoting. It was Jamal Bowman, as he tweeted that black men seem to always be choked to death. There's no evidence of that anywhere. It doesn't exist. We have Anna Presley, who's trying to say that, he was lynched. There's no evidence of that. It doesn't exist. They are manipulating people. And that is sick, twisted, but it is also the way that they get power. And I am sure, absolutely sure, that YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, all the social media hate this video right now because I've said that.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for letting me call in, Mike. I'll let some other people call in now.
No problem.
Thank you again.
And I thank you for asking the question. I mean, I think it's a legit question and really worth hearing. So thank you for that. It's a big difference between my age group and yours. So we have different ways of looking at it, but I think it's important to talk about that.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you again, Mike. Can't thank you enough.
No problem at all. Thank you, John. So, folks, just like John, you too can call into the program from anywhere in the world. I'm more than happy to hear what people in the United Kingdom. I know you guys are busy with your coronation, so I know that's been keeping everyone's attention. Oh, we got another call. Fantastic. Hello, and thank you for calling in to No Soundbites Allowed. I'm your host, Michael, and may I ask, what's your first name?
Hey, Mike, it's Jason.
Hey, Jason. What's going on?
Yeah, I just wanted to piggyback on, John's conversation there, about the vigilantes and,
Sure.
what his perspective was.
Sure.
I kind of side with you as far as the vigilante thing. I don't see that really going anywhere. One of the thoughts I had in my mind while he was talking was that I was thinking of Fight Club, and where the guys were supposed to go out and basically pick a fight and lose it against somebody. And one of the biggest things that happened is that people would do whatever it took to actually avoid getting in any sort of physical confrontation whatsoever. And so they just let somebody wallop them, hit them, and still, basically do whatever they could to avoid that. And I think that is pretty much what our society's at. And if you want to, analyze what cities and what states, and where those sort of people are, I mean, those are going to be most, in my opinion, concentrated in, the blue states, because that's the sort of behavior of people that basically kind of filters out where they're actually from and what their beliefs are and how they confront conflict,
Okay,
And so,
wait a minute, let me clarify something because I'm not quite sure. Are you saying that you believe that in the leftist states that people are going to basically do what the left is seeming to indicate, that they're going to allow criminals, mentally deranged, to attack them and do nothing to defend themselves? Is
Yeah.
that what you see happening?
yeah,
Okay.
that's what I would see the majority of people. And I'm not saying everybody, I'm just
No,
saying
no,
that,
I understand that.
I'm saying statistically speaking, because of their ideology and, their core beliefs, which are going to be found in, blue states, you're going to find those people, allowing themselves to basically be pretty much to get their butt kicked rather than actually, start, basically fighting up against somebody. I think more likely, if you're going to see any sort of, resistance against people, you'll find them probably maybe more in red states, in actual, kind of like purple cities, or in cities where, you've got some, funding from maybe George Soros, who try to push in some of these liberal DAs to actually create an environment, which would be more, against the ideology of the actual public itself, and so they'll be more resistant to it, and you'll find more conflict in those areas. But no, I think as a population overall, I think that people more likely will avoid conflict at any point, But the thing is that you had a situation here where you had a Marine. I mean, they don't avoid conflict,
That's
I
not
mean,
true.
huh?
That's not true. That's a common misconception.
Well, look,
Marines are like, if anything, more Marines, especially shortly after leaving the Marines, are more likely to try and not, because civilians aren't trained. Civilians are at a disadvantage. It's bullying. As much as Marines can, especially right after leaving the service, they are more capable. They're also less inclined to get involved in something because they're thinking of themselves as a soldier, and civilians are who you protect. So unless you're directly protecting a civilian, you're less likely to be involved in most things. That's generally how the mindset goes, just to let you know. So it's a common misconception, though. But go on.
I don't know about that. I mean, I think though is you have to go by case basis and actually think of what every person would do in a certain situation. I'm just saying though that you've got a different look at if you got two different type of people, you've got a Marine. I don't know. I mean, if there was 10 different guys, I mean,
Well,
if somebody came up to you and just
think of
started
it
beating
this
the
way.
crap out of you, would you fight back, or would you basically just let them wallop you and run away?
I'd fight back, and that's what I was about to say.
Yeah.
The media wants to focus on Marine because they want to, again, go to, it's dangerous. The military is dangerous. We need less military. We need less police. We need less authority. That's part of that defund the police mentality, leaving people less defended. I want to get past that. This guy could have been just Joe Average, and their response would have been exactly the same. The fact that he's a Marine is just a headline to help push the anti-government, anti-authority message. But if you take that all away, it's a bunch of guys who stopped a violent person. And is that okay? It's been 30 years since I was in the Marines. I'm still a Marine, but I'm also just a regular person, more civilian than anything nowadays, and I'd defend myself, and I would step up and help someone else in that situation.
I agree with you, to a degree. But the thing is, though, is even though is that when they want to demonize, the idea of a Marine and the principles, that they stand for and what they actually do, it's just like, why, run away, from that. I mean, yes, any individuals out there getting confronted, with conflict, should take the same action against somebody who's attacking them like that, But the simple fact is that you actually have somebody, out there who, is trained to actually, deal with those conflicts.
No,
and,
he's not.
they want to.
Wait a minute. Let me correct this, because I've heard this when I was having my conversation with the guy in Ohio 2 days ago. He brought up the same thing. Marines are not trained to subdue. They're trained to kill and maim.
No, I mean I agree with that. Okay, they're not cops. That's the thing. This is that they don't have a basically a method of dealing with, they don't have a hierarchy of use of force. They don't have, basically, they don't start at the bottom, the verbal, the physical, and then they move up to different. And the thing is, they don't have
the training. Yeah, that's not the training. Yeah, you're right. That's not the training.
Yeah, that's not the training, and so they don't have that sort of. Nobody has that, I mean, that's the whole thing too. Is that everybody's analyzing this through the scope of basically how police are supposed to handle a situation, and they're putting. I've seen everybody with this this guy. They're putting them through, the use of deadly physical force, and I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, how are you even, using, putting him under that same thing when he doesn't have that, I mean, basically, the state took a crazy guy, threw him in a subway, knowing, look, the state was totally liable. They knew that this guy was basically just beating the crap out of everybody, he was hitting elderly, pushing people into, the train tracks. I mean, he was doing all this crazy stuff, and they knew that. And then all of a sudden, it's just, now you got a guy who responds to the crazy situation, and you got a whole group of people that are trying to restrain him, and the guy ends up dying. And then, oh my God, we're gonna, the left is gonna come, fully after him. Well, the other point I was going to make, though, too, is that you want to talk about society as a whole and how they react to that, and the question is that will we see more vigilantes, or will we see, not more, will we see vigilantes? And I don't think we will. But the thing is that this is not about a vigilante issue. It's about basically defending people's right to defend themselves. And the thing is that if you see a lot of people pointing and saying, well, you know what, maybe the police should, have him arrested, he should go through the process and stuff like that, they've already lost the argument. Because the thing is that at that point, we've personally, in my perspective, enough people out there, especially those who've ridden the subway, know what they have to deal with on a regular basis, and they understand that there's certain people like this guy who are extreme threat to them. And when somebody goes in and subdues them and prevents, other people on the train from getting, seriously injured or even killed by this guy, and if they're the ones who are saying, okay, yeah, maybe he should definitely be arrested, he should be put through the process, and they want to go and team up with BLM. Well, basically, they're putting themselves in that same situation, because they're now not going to be able to defend themselves without going through the ringer,
Well,
and
no one's thinking about that. You got to remember, this isn't about consequences. No one's talking.
No.
If you're listening to Anna Presley, AOC, Jamal Bowman, if you're listening to these politicians, they're talking about just be attacked. Don't defend yourself. They're talking about no self-defense, which is part of their argument. And they have to say that, because that's part of their argument about being able to have a concealed carry or a firearm. You can't do that. You're not allowed to do that. So that means they don't care if you get hurt. It's part of their ideology. It's okay for you to get hurt, especially if you happen to be white and the person assailing you is black. That's part of their mentality. People aren't thinking it all the way through. That's what they want. It's kind of scary, isn't it?
No, it's extremely scary. And the thing is that it's frustrating, to some degree. It's just like, you give an inch to the argument on the other side, even saying the fact that, well, they want to, the hindsight 2020, situation. Oh, he could have done this, could have done that. And that's just like, okay, what could he have done? What should he have done? Okay, how should he? Oh, wait, you mean all civilians in the entire world should be actually trained, with the force continuum to actually know, physical, or maybe everybody should be carrying, a taser, then OC spray, and then maybe a gun on top of that, that way, they can be judged, just the way, police are, And
No, but they don't want the public to
we
have tasers, and they don't want you to have the spray, pepper spray.
Oh, well, everybody on the subway then should be actually wearing a body cam, so if they do get in a confrontation, at least they have to record the entire incident. You can't get you can't get in a conflict with somebody who's completely and totally crazy if they approach you and beat the crap out of you, unless you actually can record the entire video. And remember that was the other day, is that you had a call that came in after I did. And that was one of the things that I remember he was kind of arguing. Wow, we didn't see the rest of the tape. There was no tape. There was no video there. I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, wait, so you're telling me that somebody can't defend themselves or do anything unless we actually have complete and total video of the entire transaction? Even if you have, an entire subway car of all people collaborating the same idea, because you didn't get to see it on video, that means it isn't real. And that's just like, huh?
But that is the message. I mean, think about it. That's the argument that they make about the Second Amendment, about having concealed carry, about being able to defend yourself. The government will take care of you. This is an example, and this is why we're hearing from the socialists that's Jamal Bowman is a socialist, Anna Presley is a socialist, AOC is a socialist. The socialists saying the state will protect you, even though they are getting rid of the reason why it took 15 minutes for the police to show up is because they defunded the police. So the socialists are saying the state will protect you. You can't protect yourself, and you have to let the state do it, even though they don't want the state to do it, which means they want you defenseless.
That was a funny thing that you just said, because you basically just said, because they defunded the police, he wouldn't have had that guy in the chokehold as long as he was, and he wouldn't have died if the police were able to respond quicker, because he wouldn't have had to hold him as long.
Yes.
That right there is actually a very powerful statement, because it's
true.
Like, yeah, I mean, you defunded the police, you caused this guy to have to hold on to him for dear life, longer than he would have if AOC didn't decide that she was going to get on the bandwagon and defund the entire police.
Yeah,
so
because
AOC
it's
was
a
the
fact.
one who murdered this guy.
The timeline, and this is, for anyone who's questioning it, it's a fact. Because they have defunded the police, the amount of time it takes for police to respond in New York City and around the country is increasing, which means you are on your own longer. And if you're trying to subdue someone, that means you're trying to subdue them longer. It is a direct consequence, and that's why they don't want to talk about this. It is the consequence of their policy. Having less police, because police are bad, and because of social justice, means you're on your own longer. At the same time that they're saying, and you can't have a taser, you can't have the pepper spray, you can't carry weapons that would be able to allow you to defend yourself. So you are at more mortal risk. And that means that the engagement is going to be deadlier by definition. Yeah, the progressives did this. The socialists did this. Absolutely. And they can't deny it. They just want you to be distracted, which is why they need you to be upset emotionally about race instead of actually saying, but wait a minute, it's your policy that did this. Your policy killed this man. And it's absolute fact. We can go and, this is why they don't want to talk about, well, why did it take 15? You notice, no one's talking about, it took 15 minutes for the police to show up. No one's saying, why did it take 15 minutes? Oh, because that says, it's because we have less police, because of defunding the police. Oh, so it's the progressive policies. It is directly connected to this.
Yeah. I mean, look, there's a chain of progressive policies that led to this guy. For the fact is that the guy was actually even on the street,
Yes.
and wasn't being, basically institutional. This guy should have been institutionalized, And that's the thing is that, the left wants everybody, to, be free and, pop a tent on the side of the street and do whatever the hell you want on any day, even if it has complete and total, destruction of society. But I don't know. That's just it's, infuriating, that they do this. But then, the other policy, the other thing that I wanted to mention too is just that Eric Adams' position now is now. Do you already talk about this? I don't want to.
No, I didn't talk about Eric. Go ahead.
Eric Adams and his situation now, he's going to be deporting, the illegals out of the city and then shipping them up to upstate New York. Talk about that yet?
Nope. No, not yet. But yes, he is. That is his latest statement. Is his answer to illegal immigration is send the problem somewhere else. Make it someone else's problem. Kind of like what we saw with Martha's Vineyard. The answer is it's someone else's problem. Don't give me the problem. I'll put the problem somewhere else. That's the progressive ideology. It's perfectly fine as long as it doesn't affect them. It's someone else's problem. Go somewhere else.
Yeah, it's completely infuriating. I mean, what do they do? They have, sanctuary city status. Basically says, hey, you can come here, if you're illegal, and then all of a sudden, guess what happens? They start doing it.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden they're like, well, you know what? We're not as sanctuary as we wanted to, And meanwhile, and this is the crazy thing too, is that, I'm reading a lot of stuff, from these guys on Twitter, and, the liberals are trying to defend Eric Adams, behavior of basically sending, people from New York City to other places in upstate New York. And then, the excuse is they say that the difference between DeSantis and, the Texas governor there was Abbott. Yeah. The difference between them and then Adams, with his, sending it to upstate New York, he says, well, it's all in New York and it's all, connected. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, these idiots are so, disconnected with the difference between New York City and upstate New York and how politically polarized,
Well, no, it's even simpler than this. Governor Abbott of Texas, who does not want a sanctuary state or city in Texas, he doesn't want the illegal aliens. So he's taking the illegal aliens that are coming in tens of thousands a day, and he sent a fraction of that to a sanctuary city that said, we want them, a sanctuary state that said, we will accept them. That's New York State. So he's doing what New York State asked for. They said, there is no border. We want the illegal aliens. So he gave them the illegal aliens, which made New York have to deal with the consequence of their statement because they thought they were protected. They were too far away from any border for the numbers to be as large as they are. So when they actually got the fruit of their labor, when they got the result, the consequence of what they said, Eric Adams is now saying, oh, I don't like the consequence. Let me send the problem somewhere else. He's sending them to cities across upstate New York that didn't say they're sanctuary cities, that didn't say that they want to break the law, and he's going to force the problem on them. There's the difference. Greg Abbott is doing what Eric Adams and Kathy Hochul said they wanted. And Eric Adams and Kathy Hochul are saying, against people's will, are saying, I'm going to force the problem onto someone else. They asked for the problem, and now their answer is, I'm going to force it to someone else. That is so cowardly, it's insulting. And people who aren't paying attention to that and don't notice that difference, they're just blindly obeying. They're just blindly going with, well, no, see, it's not quite. They're the same thing. It's okay. No, it's not. Two different things. You asked for the problem. You got the problem. Now you're forcing it on someone else. That's a big difference. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it absolutely does. And the thing is that there's only one person to blame, for this, and that's the federal government, because they're responsible for, stopping any entry of illegals into the country. And that falls on Joe Biden. And Joe Biden and his administration has done absolutely nothing, to curtail, the flow of illegals into the United States. And, to some credit, Eric Adams has actually, after he's done, basically blaming all the Republicans for just basically, just relocating people to, sanctuary cities, because unfortunately they don't have any sanctuary cities in their state, according to, Eric Adams, meaning that, being the unfortunate part. Eric Adams, now is, in a situation where he's, having to turn around on Biden and, tell him that, he's got to do something about the situation, but I don't know. I see the situation, because the thing is, this is going to become personal, because again, we're in, upstate New York, and I'm pretty sure that they're going to, be offloading. Well, this is one of the things that you actually made a point of before, is that, when it came to refugees, you wanted to know where the hell all the refugees were, being,
Yes.
let out in New York, and you couldn't get the information. I'm not sure if you were able to find that out,
Nope.
And now you, huh?
No. No,
No.
they've hidden the number.
And so now you're going to have the same situation, with illegals, and so, geez, are you going to be able, to find out where they're relocating them, and it's just like, there's this, and the thing is too, is the left is constantly complaining about the fact that they're like, well, there's a lack of, low income housing, there's a lack of this and less of that. If there's a lack of all this stuff, then, and then you're just dropping a bunch of people basically with absolutely no income. Where are you going to house these people, if there's nothing, available? It's just like,
They're not. It's because they're not. Again, they're not dealing with consequences. They're only
Yeah.
going with the emotion in the headline. I'm a good guy. I can't handle all these illegals, so I'm going to help them by sending them somewhere else. Yeah, you're forgetting the consequence of. Yeah, but that place you sent them to may not be able to handle them either. They have their own problems already. They already have their own illegal aliens in New York State. You're creating a bigger problem, and you're making a problem for people who didn't ask for it. They don't want to deal with the consequence, because if you have to look at the consequence, you come back to what caused this problem. Eric Adams and Kathy Hochul said, we're a sanctuary state. We'll break the law, and we'll allow illegal aliens to come into our state. You started the problem. You invited these people. It's your problem. You deal with it. Because Binghamton didn't ask for them to show up. Utica didn't ask for them. Rochester didn't ask for them. It was New York that asked for them. You deal with it. And they don't want to deal with that. Again, they got to keep pushing the buck, and they can't stop. Because if they stop, people will think, and the moment people think, they have to go, and how did this problem start? Same thing with what we're seeing with the guy in the subway. We can't think about, well, why did he die? He was choked for 15 minutes. Why was he choked for 15 minutes? Because there's no police. Because the police couldn't get there sooner. Because you fired the police. You defunded the police. The problem isn't the consequence. The problem is what caused the consequence. How did we get here in the first place? If you had more police, he wouldn't have been there for 15 minutes. He wouldn't be dead. If you didn't invite the illegal aliens, you wouldn't be overrun. You wouldn't be spending $1 billion. And by the way, why are we spending $60,000? Maybe you could handle the police, the illegal immigrants better if we weren't putting them in 3-star hotels, spending $1 billion, $60,000 per illegal alien. If you didn't invite them, that's an extra $1 billion that New York City would have. That's an extra $1 billion that New York State would have in a state that is $7 billion in the hole. $12 billion in the hole. We need that money. We could have used that to feed people, to help our homeless. The homeless, that is Jordan Neely, that's $1 billion. We could have used $60,000 to help give him a place to stay, or at least medication, maybe some help. But we spent it on illegal aliens because Kathy Hochul and Eric Adams said we want illegal aliens. We're going to spend the money on them instead. Again, this is a progressive problem. It's not the problem of what happened. That's just the end of the chain of results. The dominoes fell, and this is where the last domino fell. That's why Jordan Neely's dead. It's not the other way around. He isn't the start of the problem. He's the end product of what they started. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, it is, it's just a chain of, progressive policies which actually, which led to this situation. And, it's frustrating too, because the thing is that, I don't want to, I mean, granted, there's a massive amount of money being spent, on these illegals being put there because of the progressive, policies, like you said, with the hotels and stuff, and then you say, well, are we actually diverting funds? But the thing is, it's not even the amount of money, that actually is put for handling, homeless. It's actually the policies that they implement to try to deal with homeless that just don't work. It doesn't matter how much money you put towards, a program, if the policy itself is basically just simply destined to fail. I mean, that was part of the problem is certain individuals, especially with this individual here, I personally believe when you look at his rap sheet, I would say this person needs to be clinically institutionalized. He can't be out in society. I mean, the danger that he's caused in his rap sheet of things that he's pushing people, punching, the elderly just randomly. I mean, when he screamed out the other day, that got him into this thing, when he's screaming, well, I'm going to die today, I don't give a crap. It's just like, yeah, he probably was going to punch somebody. He's probably going to push somebody into a subway because that's what he's done in the past, you know? And the thing is that should never have happened. That guy should have been institutionalized. Yeah, he probably needed to be, you know, on some sort of drugs or med or something like that, you know? But the thing is that it wouldn't have taken a lot of money. It would have just taken a different approach and policy, which liberals do not want to go down that path. They'd rather, you know, spend, you know, millions, you know, if not billions of dollars going in a direction which does not work, rather than actually just, you know, solving the problem, you know?
Well, do
It's
you know?
unfortunate. Yep.
Let me answer something there, because do you know why he didn't get mental health? Because the former disgraced Governor Andrew Cuomo closed the mental health facilities in New York State. That was back in 2016.
Yeah.
And that 2016, the progressives, New York State, controlled by Democrats, with Democrat Governor Andrew Cuomo, shut down the mental health facilities, releasing these individuals, and we had nowhere to put them. And many of them became homeless.
Yep.
And thus we see the chain begin. Again,
Yep.
this is a chain. This is the end of the things that started years ago, in some cases decades ago. This is the logical conclusion, and it had very little to do with the people involved.
Yeah, well, I mean, look at, I mean, you know, to some degree, look at there's a bloated amount of money that was going into these institutions, you know. But again, it had more to do, in my belief, is the management of the facilities and how much it was costing to actually, you know, take care of, you know, each individual. And so a lot of times they basically would just take these entire institutions, you know, down, and what they do is kind of like put them in like what you'd have just halfway houses, and so they split them up to that. The problem is that there's less control and there's less, you know, obviously, you know, oversight over people who actually needed far more care, and this happened throughout the entire state. And this individual is one of those individuals who, you know, apparently, would need to be institutionalized in one of those things. And whatever happened to him, I don't, you know, we don't know, but, you know, yeah, this I would say this is definitely a problem throughout the entire state. You know, I mean, look, they
Not just
throw
our
a
state.
lot of.
Not just our
Huh?
state. This isn't just
No.
our state. This is many states, because it's the same process of problems. It's the same policies that are in place. Cut the money from health and funding, where they're not spending $60,000 per mental health patient. We are for illegal aliens. They're not for mental health patients, but they're cutting the funding for mental health, and they're releasing these people who become homeless. They're not funding homelessness. The homeless aren't getting $60,000 per person, not even close. So, but they're spending it on illegal aliens, because illegal aliens is a good target. That is a good voting target. It is good for their base. So they're making their base feel happy and feel like they're doing something positive. Illegal aliens getting somewhere to stay in a 3-star hotel, because they can ignore. They don't think about the homeless. That's why they don't care. AOC, Anna Presley, Jamal Bowman, Kathy Hochul, Cuomo, Andrew Cuomo, they don't care about the homeless. They didn't care about them, not even for a second. And tomorrow, next week, they're not going to care about them either. They don't care about this. They care about, oh, but we have illegal aliens. They care about that because that's going to get them elected. But saying that they have to spend the money instead on homeless, oh, no, that's not a good subject to talk about. Why are those people homeless? Because of the policies of theirs. Again, they don't want you to think about what caused the problem, so they won't talk about the issue. You don't hear about the homeless in California. You don't hear about why they're defecating on the streets all over. No, the answer is, instead of trying to deal with the homeless in California, in San Francisco, outside of Nancy Pelosi's house, what are they doing there? Are they trying to get them housing? Are they doing more mental health? No, they created a job for someone to pick up the feces. That's not the solution. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know they'd, you know, rather spend money cleaning up the crap than rather taking care of that which produces it.
Exactly.
That's what they do.
And that's why we have this problem and why it's getting worse. because they don't care. They actually don't care. And I can see it in their words. We can see it in their actions. Because if Anna Presley or AOC or Jamal Bowman actually cared about this, they'd have done something about this a long time ago. This is not a new problem. They just didn't care because it doesn't get them any votes. That's why they don't do anything in San Francisco. It doesn't get them any votes. We can go to Seattle, Portland, Chicago, Detroit. We can go to Baltimore. Look at the cities. This isn't new. It's not racial.
Yeah, well, I mean, look at it. I think that politicians, noticing is, well, I've always noticed is that if there's already a system that's established and the system is fixed, then that's okay, it's fixed. But if a politician can go out there and say, hey, look, I just created this new thing, look what I actually built, look what I did, it doesn't matter if it doesn't have funding or even has capacity to actually, do anything, as long as they can point to something that they actually produced in their own or, that is there, rather than actually taking care of the system that already is established and making sure that it runs like a fine-tuned machine. That's the thing, is conserving that which already is there, is not as beautiful as basically pointing to something bright and shiny and new that they can point to.
Well, a friend of mine once said, this was years ago, but they said, do you notice we don't make drugs or we don't cure diseases anymore? We live with them. This is like AIDS. You don't cure AIDS. You live with AIDS. We used to cure things like polio. You had a cure for polio. You had a cure for measles, for mumps, for smallpox. Now we live with these things. You live with look at the pandemic. You live with all the different jabs that you have to get, constantly getting jab after jab after jab, 3 months, 6 months. You constantly get jabs. So you can live with it, not to stop it. Okay, it's the same problem here. The Democrats, and especially the progressives and socialists, look at how can you live with the problem. They're not trying to end homelessness. They want you to live with it. Look at San Francisco. Look at New York City. They want you to live with it. They don't try and fix the problem of illegal immigration. They want you to live with it. See, there's the thing. Because they get votes and they get money for living with the problem, not solving it. And that's why they don't mind having these problems. They actually look forward to these things. I'm sure Anna Presley's team are happy because they're raising money right now because she said that this guy got lynched, which is absolutely empirically a lie. But because she got a bunch of BLM people pissed off because of race that has nothing to do with this, and they're not thinking about the core problem, she's going to get reelected. Same thing that AOC's people are thinking. Same thing that Jamal Bowman's people are thinking. We're going to raise more money for some ads and we're going to keep our jobs. They don't care. It is the most insensitive thing I've ever seen. And people will not call this out. The major news media, there is no one in the major news media that has said the reason why this guy is dead is because of the progressive policies and pointed it out like I have. Not one. And that's sad. Because it's a conversation we should have, I think. I mean, do you think I'm wrong?
No. I mean, look, the thing is that they got their political, their angle. And the thing is that, if they can continue to, keep the crisis, and it's a crisis that serves, their party, then, why would they actually ever want to, fix that crisis? And so they never will. And so that's one of the things, climate change, global warming, whatever you want to call it, always will be a crisis. There'll never be a win, even if, from history, when you look at, the ozone layer and all of a sudden you want to look at some stats and go back at that and say, hey, look at, what, maybe you did actually accomplish anything. No, they got to hush it because they can't say that they've actually done anything, because that would actually, stop them from having to do more in their own mind, because their focus is not on what they accomplish. It's only on what, is being destroyed in their mind, or there always has to be something there, so yeah, you're right. I mean, and that happens with a lot of politicians, a lot of people say that, all politicians basically never want to fix a problem. They only want to basically complain about the problem and, campaign upon it and then, get donations for it. And if they ever solve that problem, then they'll no longer be in power because, they can no longer campaign on it. So, it's that vicious cycle, but again, it's people themselves have to step up and just start pointing and not allowing these, things to happen. Again, I think going all the way back to, what John was saying in the vigilante situation and just people as a whole, when you see somebody, trying to defend themselves in a subway and everybody wants to, hang that Marine because he was just doing what anybody else, would have done in that same situation, everybody has to stand up saying, no, this is not going to happen. You don't get that guy arrested. He doesn't need to be arrested. He doesn't need to go to trial, because the thing is that he was defending himself, and everybody should say that's what I would have done in the same situation. And I don't want to go through the whole system. If I ever get in a situation where I need to defend myself in that same manner and way, he wasn't racist. We all know that. This is a nothing. And so to even allow this thing to go far forward and to even say, oh, you know what, maybe we should have him go through the system, no, he went through the system. They already made the call, and we should stand by that because every individual, like I said, if they're in that same situation, they want to be able to defend themselves in the same manner if need be.
That's
but
why
nobody should be putting it.
That's why three people were, and everyone keeps saying with the Marine, 3 people were holding him down. 3.
Yeah.
So 3 people were in that situation besides all the other people on the subway car. And 3 people thought this was the correct solution. 3 people, not one, not just because he's white, 3 people of multiple races. Again, this is how they manipulate us because everyone wants to talk about the one guy. And yet in every single frame of the video and every single photo of the event, there's 3 people there. And there's multiple cultures, multiple races. They're trying to lie to your face. Don't believe what you see. Don't believe what you can think about this. In fact, don't even think. Just obey. That's terrifying.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. But I have taken enough of your time for today. And, you probably could let some other people talking on the same topic call in on this because I know a lot of people, wanted to the other day when you went live. So.
No, I'm happy to hear more people speak about it, so I'm looking forward to it. But I thank you for adding your voice into it as well, Jason.
All right. I'll talk to you later, Mike.
All right.
Yep. Bye.
Bye. So, folks, you've heard from John, you've heard from Jason, and I again want to say to anyone and everyone who disagrees, to all the progressives out there, to all the Democratic Socialists of America, to AOC, Jamal Bowman, to Anna Presley, to all Democratic candidates like Josh Riley, if you think I am wrong, if you don't think that this was caused by progressive politics, if you think that the root cause of this is anything but what I've said, if you think it's racist, fantastic, call in. Let's have that discussion. If there is a Democrat elected anywhere in America, I will give you as much time as you need. I am not CNN, I'm not MSNBC, I am not restricted in the amount of time I can provide to you. I will give any elected official as much time as you need to try and explain why I am wrong, why my conclusions have been incorrect. If you don't like the sources that I am using, which are NBC, which are internationally credible, I will look at your sources. If it is an individual who is listening to this, whether you're progressive, libertarian, conservative, Republican, if you think I'm wrong, fantastic, call in 607-242-9247. In fact, if you have any opinion about this, call in. If you're overseas, call in. Because I think this is a conversation we must have in America. Because if we do not have this discussion, we are going to live with the consequences of it, no matter what. At the end of the day, we are going to be affected by this as a nation. Because the answer that the left is providing to us right now is you should be defenseless. That you do not get protected by the police because they want to defund them. That you don't get to be able to take action to protect yourself. That you just get to obey them. Criminals are looking at this and they are watching and they are waiting to see what we do. And if we say, well, just leave the people defenseless, just put up your hands and deal with it, you're going to be a subject of even more crime. You're going to be the victim. Next time it's going to be you. If you think I'm wrong, I'm happy to hear it. And I will be, and please do not misunderstand my passion or my authoritarian manner of speaking. I will listen to you. I will hear you out. We can have this conversation as long as you don't personally attack me. Don't tell me I'm ugly. Don't tell me I'm old. Don't call me some kind of Uncle Tom. I don't care about those things. I don't care about your feelings on who I am. But if you want to talk about the issue, I will hear you out. Call in 607-242-9247. Tell me how I'm misunderstanding this, if I'm misunderstanding it at all. Because I don't believe I am. Which is why you never hear from AOC will never respond to this. Anna Presley will never respond to this. Jamal Bowman will never respond to this. They will hide behind the shield of BLM and race and gender and identity politics. They will hide as far as they can away from the consequences of the policies that they are imposing on us, trying to reap in as much money as they can so they can get reelected and keep their power. And they know this. And that's why they won't talk to you. That's why they won't actually stop and say and actually think about what they're saying. No, they're going to say anything that will get you emotionally manipulated. That'll get you angry so you're not thinking. So you just go, ah. And every time someone goes and screams and they're angry, they're going to be happy as hell because it means more money for them. It means more power for them. They're sick and twisted because of that. That's my opinion of them. And I don't care that you're Hispanic or black, male or female. I could care less because I'm not talking about your immutable, intrinsic elements. I don't care how you were born. I don't care who you sleep with. I could care less. Means nothing to me. We're talking about politics and the consequences of legislation, which has nothing to do with the color of your skin. It has nothing to do with your gender by birth. It has nothing to do with your sexual preference. Zero. So if you want to use any of those arguments, you're just admitting you have no argument. User has been banned says, I think that the mainstream media is what they accuse others of, racist and sexist and other is. Absolutely. That's why they rely on that. That's why they have to silence people. That's why they want you to think you're alone, because they don't want to be exposed for what they are. That's why they all circle around each other and protect each other. You can't challenge AOC. You know, I'm not supposed to be a black conservative. I'm not supposed to say AOC is wrong. I'm not supposed to say Anna Presley is lying to your face. I'm not supposed to say that Jamal Bowman is just making stuff up. And because I'm calling them out, they don't want anyone else to hear it. They don't want you to hear it because then you'll say, well, wait a minute, Mike's right. There is no evidence of black men being choked to death on a regular basis. It doesn't exist. And we can go, as I did before, I will be happy to go to, where did I have it? Here it is. Let's go to the FBI data itself. Again, this is from 2021. If this is such a big occurrence, like Jamal Bowman says, Representative Jamal Bowman, if he's so correct that black men, then why is it that there are 0 people who died of strangulation, according to the FBI? Out of the 691,000 people in the nation, 0 who got choked to death. No one. I guess he's lying to you. Black men aren't being choked to death on a regular basis. How many news articles have you found for a black man being choked to death? Guess what? I was looking. I didn't find any. And you would think Google would want me to see that so I could say racist, racist. It doesn't exist. There aren't articles about that. You wonder why. Because Jamal Bowman is making it up. Because it's going to get him votes and it's going to get him reelected. Because he's going to get a bunch of donations from a bunch of people that scream BLM and Antifa. BLM is going to build and buy another mansion. Sean King is going to buy another $40,000 dog. And Rachel Dolans is going to get another job. They're using you, folks. They are using you. This isn't about Jordan Neely. Never was. This is about how much money they have in their pockets and how much power they think they have over you. That's all this has ever been about. That's all this conversation is about. And the moment people start saying what I've already said, this entire subject will disappear from the airwaves. They will move on. They will not mention this again. They will forget it ever happened. Because it's not about being effective. It's not being right. It's not even following the law. This is about power. This is about politics. And you may not like politics, but politics is all about you. It's very upsetting to me. But again, I'm passionate about this. And for people who are wondering, I am an advocate for the homeless. Mind you, I am not, at any point have I said that he deserved any of this, Jordan Neely. I've never said that he deserved what happened to him. I'm not saying that because he's homeless, he's a target. No, I've been homeless. I understand. Hell, I may be homeless again by June. I understand exactly how he feels. I understand what it is to be homeless. It's happened to me. But that doesn't justify violence. Just because you're homeless doesn't mean you need to be violent. One doesn't go with the other. Just because you're homeless doesn't mean you have a mental issue. One doesn't equal the other. And that doesn't excuse anything. Being homeless or being mentally ill doesn't give you the right to be violent or to threaten people. Period. And just because Democrats have made it that they would rather have more people homeless, have more people who are poor, have more people who are dependent on the government and begging the government to do something, doesn't mean that that's the right answer. Think about it. They spend $60,000 per illegal alien to put them into a 3-star hotel. That is a fact. That is happening right this second in New York City. That is what they are spending. How much money did they spend on Jordan Neely to get him the medical health attention that he needed? How much money did they spend to put him into housing? Oh, we don't have those numbers because they don't exist. Because they didn't try. Because they arrested him 42 times, including for multiple assaults. They knew he was a danger to the public, and they released him anyway. Because social justice, because he's black, because the color of his skin, let him out on the public. We know that he has a mental issue. We know for a fact that he's been arrested. He's a repeat offender. We know that he's been violent repeatedly. We know all the problems. Let him out on the public. That's what the progressives said. That's what New York State said. That's what New York City said. And this is the result of that. And now that they have to deal with the consequences, it's your fault because you dared to defend yourself. Oh, don't worry about the fact that they just put a dangerous person into your way. No, that's your fault for defending yourself. Bad on you. My God, people, we have to wake up to these things. We have to call these things out. We really have to stop and think and stop being emotionally manipulated just so that a politician can be reelected, just so AOC can live in her $15,000 apartment. That's $15,000 a month for her apartment. Her $85,000 Tesla, so she can drive that around, so that she can have her military escort, her private police force that protect her with firearms everywhere that she goes as she drives around in an SUV that uses more gasoline than your car, and she's adding more to the global climate, the global warming, than everyone else. But that's okay. That's okay. because she owns a Tesla and she lives in a $15,000 a month private secured apartment building, it's okay for her, not for you. Hey, Graham, call on in. Don't have to ask for permission. Just do it. Go for it, man. I'm looking for it. Hello, and thank you for calling in. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I'm your host, Michael, and may I ask, what's your first name?
Hey, what's up, Michael? It's Graham.
Hey, Graham. Go ahead. What's up?
Hey, so I woke up super late today, so I didn't see all the earlier parts of your stream.
Sure.
I apologize for that. Hey, so did you talk? Did you talk today about the assassination attempt on Putin?
Somewhat.
Russia?
A little bit, but go ahead.
Okay, cool. I'll go back and watch that. And then did you also talk about, like, I guess I read somewhere that there's like a breakdown of like civil society in, like, I think it's Haiti?
Not Haiti, no.
Okay. All right. Maybe I misread a headline on that or something.
You may have. I don't care about Haiti that much.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Well, anyway, maybe if in the future you end up looking into it more, I'd be interested to hear your thoughts on that. Because
what's happening?
If I'm not mistaken, they're somewhat of a neighboring country to us.
No,
is that true?
No, they're in the Caribbean, so they're not that far
I'm
away.
sorry?
They're in the Caribbean, but that's about it. So they're not terribly far away, but I wouldn't call them neighboring per se. And they have a lot of problems in that country.
Yeah, I do know that the country used to be in the news a lot. Also because like our elites liked like the Clintons, would like to they used to dabble as much as they could in that country.
They raised a lot of money saying that they would help they literally raised tens of millions of dollars promising that they would help the people of Haiti because Haiti is a hellhole, and they kept 85% of all the money that was donated. 85% of every dollar that was donated to the Clinton Foundation to help people in Haiti went into the pockets of the Clinton family. That's a fact.
Right. I've definitely heard that too. No, okay. So the reason I called is I wanted to talk to you about immigration and our
Sure.
What seems to be our immigration policy ever since Biden came into office in January of 21.
Okay. Open doors. Yeah. Go ahead.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. First, can I ask you, what do you think is the best solution to the situation that has been created? Because it seems to me that there's two sides of the spectrum right now, in terms of there are the people on the left who have kind of always been for amnesty. They've always been for open borders. They've always been for, they should just let anybody who wants to come in. We're the Statue of Liberty. We need to give people a pathway to citizenship. If they want to become citizens, then, we should create that path for them. So those are the people maybe on the left or even the extreme left. And then there are the people on the right who say, well, they did not come into the country legally. So there needs to be some sort of process there, even if that process results in them being sent back to their country of origin. So it seems to me that those are the two ends of the two extreme ends of the spectrum right now. And I was curious, like, what do you think is the best solution going forward on this?
Every illegal alien is a criminal. They lose the right to be able to enter the United States legally. They do not become citizens. Close the border, build a wall, put down a lot more security, both on the southern border and the northern border. Can't leave that out. People always do. I don't want just the southern border secure. I want the northern border secure too. And everyone, as we go through the process, you're an illegal alien, kick them out. I don't care where they go. It's not my problem. They get to go. We don't keep their kids. We don't keep them. Send them all back. Send them to whatever country they came from, whatever country they claim. Send them to whatever country is close to their country that's safe. I don't care. Because they're not refugees. They're not our problem. We didn't ask them to come here, and we have no need to take care of them. That's their problem that they're trying to put on us. They're criminals. Treat them like criminals. Life is simple.
So does that also include the people who came here illegally and then had at least one child, and that child then became a citizen of the United States because of our policy of birthright citizenship?
Well, the child is an American citizen. Child stays. Parents go. They knew
Right,
that.
so-
They knew that walking in. They made a choice. They made a calculation saying that our sympathy would allow us to keep them with their kid. So their choice is, yes, the child is an American citizen. That child can go through and be a ward of the state until they're 18. We have a system for that. They can be a ward of the state, and they're American citizens, and they will go through the system. I have no problem taking care of that kid. The parents have to go. And if the parents say, I want my child, you take your kid with you. But you're a criminal and you can't come back to the United States. Period. The kid can, you can't. They knew that. They knew that walking in. They're counting on your emotions and your feelings to let them break the law. Sorry, the law has nothing to do with my personal feelings. That's sad. It's horrible, but it's the law, and they knew that. They're manipulating you to make you say, but that's kind of harsh and mean to the parent. They knew that. They knew it the day they came here. That's why they did it. So no, they get to get kicked out. The kid can stay. If you want to take your kid, fantastic. Take your kid as you leave. Goodbye. You're a criminal. Get out.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I think that's an honest answer. So what would you say to a family who says, "Hey, well, I went through the steps that Mayorkas laid out, and I used the app, and I showed up to the border at my appropriate appointment time, and then I was let into the country, but I'm not here legally, and I'm just trying to make a better life for me and my family and my children, and I tried to follow the law, but
No, they didn't.
But even then, it's difficult. What
Well,
would you say to
no,
that?
they didn't follow the law. They didn't. Mayorkas does not have the right or the ability to create law. He doesn't have the right to absolve them of the law. The fact that he let them in is a crime. Mayorkas is a criminal. Mayorkas is complicit in the crime that they are committing. They do not have a right to be in America, period. Get out. So everything after I came here and I illegally entered America. I don't care if someone held the door open for them. I don't care if someone's waving them on or in. It's a crime. They don't have the right or the authority to allow them to illegally enter America. If they do that, they are accessories to the crime. Mayorkas should be charged with that crime. A couple million cases of illegal aiding and abetting a crime. He is a complicit in the crime of illegally entering the United States. They don't get that as an excuse. That's not an answer. You're a criminal. Get out my country. Go through the process. If you're saying you're a refugee, fantastic. If you're not from Mexico, there was another country before you hit America that you're supposed to ask for refugee status in. Go to that country. That's not my fault. It's not my problem. I don't care if that country's poor or not. That's not the reason why you're leaving, supposedly. If you're a refugee because your life is threatened, not because you can't get the job that you want or get paid as much as you want. That's not my problem. Go to that country that was before Mexico, or maybe it was Mexico, and ask them for the refugee status. Get out of my country. It's just that simple.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's not even fair. It's the law.
Yeah, no, I'm saying I think that's fair. That's a fair answer. I think that you provide intellectually honest answers. That's why I like talking to you about this stuff.
Sure.
So Okay, so let's say you have a family who says, I cannot go back to my country of origin. There is crime there, there's gangs there, there's a level of violence there that I'm not willing to face because I'm trying to keep my family safe.
Okay, stop right
let's-
there.
let's say-
One moment before you go further.
Yeah.
So you just said they made a choice. That's not a refugee. That's a choice. You don't like the way your country is run. Go fix your country. If you don't want to fix your country and you want to escape that country, go to a neighboring country. That's not the United States. Unless you're in Mexico, then you have the ability to say, well, the next closest country is America. Okay, I give you that. And now you can ask for refugee status. And you have to establish that you are, I think the terms for refugee status would be based on a religious fear of death because of religion, because of government persecution, because of genocide, similar to that. To say that you don't have a job is not a refugee status criteria. Sorry, you lose. Get out my country. Saying that they
Right.
don't like the crime isn't my problem. Go fix your country. It's not my fault. It's your country. Fix it.
Right. So I think that's a good segue because there will be people, there will be families who say that there's just no way, there's absolutely no way that I can go back to my country. I'm a political dissident. If I go back there, I will be rounded up by the state and I will be executed. And
Okay.
I have no idea what would happen to my family.
Fine.
You know,
We'll stop there.
might-
I accept that. That is a refugee status. Fantastic. What's the closest country to your home country? If it's not Mexico, go to that other country. If you're not from Mexico making that claim, then you are in the wrong country. Go to the country you deserve to be in. Because the only ones who can make that claim and enter the United States under refugee status by the next closest nation is Mexico. And if you're not in Mexico, and if you're not in one of the exceptions, which would be Afghanistan, Iraq, one of the nations where the United States is fighting, like Syria, where we're actually fighting and we are involved in that conflict, and therefore you're coming to America, that would be about it. But every other country around the world, you don't get to come in. Even if you're claiming refugee status, you could be in Africa, you're in Angola, you're in Burkina Faso. Guess what? The closest country isn't America. It might be Egypt, it might be Libya, it could be Italy, it could be Spain or Portugal, but it damn sure isn't United States. Get out my country. I understand the refugee status, and with the exception of the nations that we have identified, because the United States is actively in that country, every other country, except for Mexico, cannot make that claim and come to the United States. Get out my country. You're a criminal. Not my fault, not my problem. It sounds harsh, but it's not, because they are harming us from being able to take care of our kids who are hungry, our kids who need an education, our families that are homeless. We have infrastructure problems of our own. I don't need more people adding to that infrastructure problem, especially when they're committing crimes. You've already broken one law. Why would I assume you wouldn't break other laws? Because now you're in my country illegally. How are you going to feed yourself? Do you speak my language? Do you have any skills that we could use? Why do I trust that you're not going to break even more laws? And your excuse the next time will be, well, yes, you let me in, but I couldn't feed my family, so I had to go and break into the bakery. I'm sorry, I don't need that headache. Get out my country. We're not the ones that you're supposed to be refugee status for. Go to the one that you are supposed to be refugee status. Go through the process. That's not America. Get out my country.
Right. Back when Trump was president, I thought it was a good, sound immigration policy. What it seemed to me that what he was setting up is build the wall along the U.S.-Mexico border and also incentivize the Mexican government to maintain the Remain in Mexico policy, which is if you're trying to enter the United States legally, then we want you to remain in Mexico before your process is finalized, and then once you're allowed, once you're permitted to come into the country, then you're right there. You're living right next to the border, ideally, right? In sort of in a setting, a location, something like Tijuana. I mean, I'm not very familiar with the living conditions in Mexico. I've heard the crime gets pretty bad, but I've also heard that places like Tijuana are much more safe than other places.
No.
Relatively, just because it's
relative to, depends on what you're pointing to, but it's not safe. But relative to Mexico, yes.
Hang on. So having very little familiarity with the entire country of Mexico, would you say it's a fair statement to say that it's safer in a place like Tijuana than it is down like more in the southern regions that's further away from the U.S. border? Is that a fair statement?
Sometimes. That's the fair way of saying that. Sometimes it is. Not always.
Well, okay, so the point I was making is that, like, I think one of the things that walls do is they create gates, and gates create towns and cities and hubs of civilization around them. And it seemed to me that Trump had a good immigration policy when he was like, okay, we need to build the wall, and then we can create a process to allow in people legally. The Mexican government is going to work with us to keep immigrants in Mexico before their immigration process is finalized. And the result of doing this long-term plan is that towns and cities will sprout up along the wall, especially at the gates and the points of entry. And hopefully over time we can make those locations more safe, because it's gonna be difficult for a family who's trying to legally enter the United States if they're remaining in Mexico, but they also have to fear for their lives because of the cartels there. It seemed to me that those were steps that we could take one after the other, and once you have the wall and the remain in Mexico and the towns and cities along the wall, then you can work on securing those locations that are supposed to act as hubs for the facilitation of safe, lawful, legal immigration. Does that make sense?
It makes sense, and I basically agree with it. You have to enforce the law as it is. You have to have orderly entry. We're not the only country that deals with this. I mean, think about it. There are 100 out of 142 nations in the world. There's 100 nations with fences and walls. This isn't a new idea. Most countries have this to some degree or another. Matter of fact, what is it? It's Denmark. No, Norway. Norway is building a wall right now with Russia. Walls are not uncommon. It is very normal to have. Poland has a wall with Belarus. So this isn't uncommon. And what does Poland have it? To stop illegal immigration. Because you cannot just have people running across your borders. It destroys your country. It destroys your infrastructure. It is harmful. And there should be an order to this. And just because someone wants to live there doesn't mean that they should live there. And I know people go, but that's so mean. The world is mean. Life is mean. There's a reason why there's laws. And it's more mean to just let people walk in and destroy your nation because it's better than where they were at. It hurts all the people in my nation. There's 350 million Americans we have to think about. And those children of those 350 million Americans, we have to worry about them first. That's my priority. So yes, put up the wall, let them stay there. We'll work on the people who have refugee status that does qualify. We let them in. I have no problem with that. But everyone else, get out. That's not my problem. That's their choice. They're making a choice. I don't have to accept their choice. We've suddenly forgot that just because someone has a choice and they make a choice does not obligate me to accept that choice. See, we have that in our society now. Oh, my pronouns are emperor and God. That doesn't mean you have to accept my pronouns. They could be my pronouns all I want. I don't have to accept them. Just because that's what you want doesn't obligate me to do it. Just like the things that I want, you're not obligated to do. I can't walk into Mexico or to Canada or into the United Kingdom and just do things because I want to. It doesn't work like that. And conversely, it doesn't work like that here. So yes, Trump had a good foundation, and we need to build on that. And maybe it's not the perfect answer. And the thing is, we're not getting an alternative from the Biden-Harris administration. Their answer is do nothing. Just let it happen. I'm sorry. That's not an answer. It's not acceptable. It's not efficient. It's not effective. And it only creates more of a problem. Because, let me ask you, Graham, if you were told tomorrow that you could go to Germany and you will be able to live in a 4-star hotel and you will get paid $125,000. They will spend $125,000 a year for you to live in a 4-star hotel in Germany. Would you consider it?
I don't know. I feel like my personal situation is not really conducive to any sort of immigration.
Okay. Well,
but
do you know?
I mean, I appreciate your question. I think it's more productive for me to totally dodge it. Does that make sense?
That's fine for you, but we'll make it even easier. Do you think you know even one friend of yours that would say, "Hey, I'll live with that. I'll go do that for a couple of years"?
Oh, okay. No, how about this? No, I hear people on the left say all the time, hey, if you're a young college-age individual and you're thinking about what you should do with your future, just go overseas. Just go to another country where you don't have to pay for college, and try to go to their country, legally, of course, and try to enroll in a college in that country, like Germany. I've heard Germany used as an example because they don't charge tuition there, and you can get a good undergraduate education without having to go into debt for it.
Well, there's a bunch of restrictions that go with that. And by the way, that's not illegal aliens. They're not doing that for illegal aliens. Unless anyone in the audience is German and will tell me that they've changed their laws and that's not still correct, to my knowledge at this moment, yeah, illegal aliens don't get that. So you have to legally get a visa and legally emigrate into Germany, and Germany has to accept you, and then you can go through that process if you qualify for all the steps that they have established for that. It's just not open door, go ahead and you're just there. It doesn't happen like that. So even in that example, and again, we're saying, but here's my point. Yeah. What we have told people in Venezuela who are starving, literally, they are starving right now. They have their government is shooting them. That is a fact. That's happening right now. Their measles and mumps are up by 1,000% in that country because of the lack of health care. And we are telling them, we have Eric Adams, Kathy Hochul, Joe Biden, and Kamala Harris are saying we have an open door policy. And in particular, Eric Adams, like Greg Newsom in California, are saying we will spend up to at least $60,000 a year to put you into a hotel, a 3-star hotel, which is better accommodations than they have ever had in their life. And we will put you in there for an unlimited amount of time in a nation with more freedom and more quality of life than you can dream of in Venezuela. And all you have to do is show up. That's an invitation. And every single person who takes that invitation and winds up in New York City or in California in those 4-star hotels, those 3-star hotels that are getting the life of Raleigh, who have their kids going to our schools where they don't get shot, where they do become very well educated. They're saying, they're talking to their cousins, their aunts, their uncles, their brothers, their sisters, their moms and dads, and saying, guys, get on up here. This is better. This is heaven. And I'm not being facetious about that. Relative to what they have to deal with, it is. I don't blame them for showing up in droves. And for every single one that actually gets in, they're telling everyone they know, come on by. Because this is the life of Riley. This is as good as it gets. Get on up here. I'm not blaming them for saying that. My problem is, you don't deserve any of it. They don't deserve it. It's not their right. It is criminal. And I'm not going to help fund that false hope. End it. Don't give them that hope. Don't give them that dream. It's not theirs.
Okay. I guess maybe my last question for you is: do you think it's a fair policy going forward that if there's someone who entered the United States illegally, that they should go through a process where they take a bus back to a border town, say like Tijuana or somewhere along the U.S.-Mexico border, that they stay there, that they remain in Mexico, that they go through the immigration process legally, and then they be hopefully, if things work out, allowed back into the country. Do you think that's a fair policy going forward?
If you told me that in the 1980s, I would have said yes. You're asking me that today in 2023. No. In 2023, we can't just say, you can't come in. We have to stop, not just you can't come in, you'll never come in, because we have to stop the next person. Because what we are telling them is, you got caught, go back, try again. And they're going to try again, and even if they have to go back, start the whole process over, and then get in, all that means is, I'm on the waiting list. You do it too. They'll tell their aunts, their uncles, their best friends. They'll tell them, you do it too, and then they'll let you in. And maybe if the right person gets elected, we'll be in even faster. They're not being disincentivized. They're being delayed. The incentive still exists. It's still the candy in front of them. It's still the carrot that's driving them forward. We have to remove that carrot. We have to remove that incentive. And that means, no. The moment that you get caught and the moment that we've established you're illegally in America, you are out forever. You will never be allowed to be an American citizen. You will never be allowed to come into this country. Period. Forever. Done. You're out. Next. I want to remove any incentive to break our laws forever. Now, this is me personally. You're asking me personally, not the government, not government policy. And I know many Americans will not agree with what I'm saying. That's okay. I'm not creating that law today. If I were in Congress today, I'd be putting in a bill that says you're out forever, to disincentivize this, because that's what we want to stop this. That's the way to stop this from happening, because we did this in the 80s. And under Reagan, we said, you know what? We understand. It's a hard life. You're coming from hard countries. This one time, we'll make an exception. And the problem only got bigger. We can't keep saying, this one time, I'll make an exception, because there will always be another person coming in. There'll always be more dreamers. There will always be more people trying to illegally enter the nation. We have to be hard about this. We have to put our foot down solidly. And the answer is, you got caught, you broke the law. The crime, the punishment is, now you never get to have that choice. That choice is removed forever. Period.
Oh, okay. But then what about the situations where you have people who are trying to follow the law, but our system is so dysfunctional that it makes it virtually impossible to do that. They want to come into the country legally. They want to follow the dates and the process, but the dates are too far out into the future. The process is too lengthy to be reasonably accommodated. They have to, and this is what they're saying, right? I have to come into the country. I have to like carve out a life for myself. I have to be a working, productive, a member of society, law-abiding member of society. And anytime law enforcement interacts with me, I'm totally lawful, obedient, going cooperative. Anytime I'm called into court for a court date, I'm right there. So for a family like that who says I from the beginning I wanted to follow the law, but the system was too dysfunctional that it made following the law impossible.
That's a lie.
For that family, you think it's a reasonable solution to allow them to remain in Mexico before they enter into the United States?
That it changes nothing, because one, that's a lie, to an extent. That's a lie. Two, let's make it very clear. Again, their desire is not my obligation. It is not the obligation of the United States. If they cannot match our requirements, they lose. Not my fault. Go fix your own country. Use that effort to fix your country. Not my fault. Not my problem. Again, I'm making leeway for people who are refugees, who are being persecuted. Fantastic. And I'm not saying that we can't streamline the system a little bit better and make it a little bit more easy, but we have 2 million people a year who have waited 7, 10, 20 years in the process to become American citizens. There's nothing that tells me why you should skip. You can't tell me I can't do it. Why not? Because there's 2 million people a year who went through the process for over a decade, and they did it. You can too. Now, does that mean it's hard? Absolutely. Will everyone succeed? Not at all. America isn't here to guarantee success. You have the opportunity. We have the pursuit of happiness, not the guarantee of it. So, no, that's not an excuse. That is not an acceptable excuse. It is an excuse. It's not acceptable. It is not commensurate with what they want. And that does not move me. That's an emotional plea to get leeway, to get some kind of exclusion or exception. And everyone wants an exception. And if we make that exception for one group, we will make that exception for everyone. It will always be there's always another exception, another exclusion, another group that we have to include for whatever reason. No. The answer is, if you entered illegally, I don't care the reason why, you're out forever, period. And if you are following the system, follow the system. We will fix the system somewhat on our side because we should, but if you can't match the terms of the system, you're out. Not my fault. Fix your country. Take that energy, take that desire, go back to your country and fix it, because it's not my problem. Because that we can't help everyone. There are 8 billion people in the world. 8 billion. There's only 350 million Americans. We have a large country with a lot of problems. We can't help everyone. And just because you want to be an American doesn't mean you can be. It sounds harsh. It's really not. It really isn't harsh. What's harsh is letting these people go through the process with false hope, or allowing them to go through a process that corrupts what they're doing, which is why we have so many people who are falling victim to being drug mules, being part of gangs that are being taken advantage of by cartels. This is why slavery is at such high levels. Besides just sexual slavery, all forms of slavery, which are part of this process, because we aren't stopping it. We have to be harsh, because in not being harsh, in trying to make exceptions, and trying to be bleeding hearts and saying we can take care of everyone, we are destroying lives. My answer feels harsh today. it saves more lives over time. It is improving people's lives over time. It just may not be the way they think it should be.
Yeah, listen, I totally appreciate that answer. I mean, I think I think it's obvious that there's a decent gap of a disagreement between us. But I mean, no, this is the
That's
reason
fine.
why I think. No, here, listen. I think this is why. Ever since I walked away from the left and started engaging more with people in the Republican Party is because of conversations like this. Because like we can actually discuss our disagreements like with civility and rationality, and even if we don't agree at the end of the day, there's still the conversation that can be had tomorrow.
Yeah.
So
Well,
listen,
before you go, let me ask a question.
Yeah.
What argument do you have for me that would convince me that I'm wrong or that I should bend?
Yeah.
What
No,
point-
thanks for asking that because I guess what I'll just say is I'll end on this point, right? I think that we have an obligation to improve our immigration system and to streamline it and to make it so that if you have a family, whether they're seeking asylum or they're fleeing for their lives or they are simply coming here to try to make a better life for themselves and their families. I'm talking about people who want to come here and they want to eventually become Americans. They want to become American citizens. They want to they want to join us. I'm not talking about the people who come here and they say, oh well, I just want to work and I just want to send money back to my family back home, and then at the end of my stint here, I want to go back and go back once the fair weather. I'm not talking about those people.
I understand. I understand, but there's a key word you said in there that I think is very important to understand. You said obligation. Why do we have the obligation? Why are we obligated?
Because we failed. I'll tell you why. Because we failed to secure the 2020 election. I think that if we had prevented the cheating before the 2020 election happened, we wouldn't have all these problems with immigration that are causing problems not just for our countrymen, our citizens, but also for all the people who are coming here because they're given this false illusion by the Biden administration, which is like, oh yeah, just go ahead and come here and there'll be no consequences, and you'll get a slap on the wrist afterwards, and you can get off scot-free. I think you're correct. I think you're correct when you talk about there needs to be incentives and disincentives, and we should not be encouraging people to break the law, even if they have good reasons to do so. That's why I was back when Trump was president, I think he had a good policy where you set up the wall, you work with the Mexican government, you have people remain in Mexico, you set up a system that puts every incentive possible in front of people for them to follow the law, wait in Mexico until their process is finalized, and then come in once they're good and they're they're on a pathway to legal status. We failed to maintain our law and order in our own country when it came to our voting system. And I speak as someone from California. Our electronic voting machines, they weren't put in place the day before the 2020 election. We had those fraudulent voting machines as early as 2016. We allowed this to happen. There was a failure of imagination. There was a failure of foresight of what could be the consequences in the future of allowing these little things to get by. Oh, they're gonna rig the system here. Oh, they're gonna right.
I follow you. So let me.
Anyway, I'm saying.
I just want to summarize. I just want to summarize. Make sure I understand you. First, I have a disclaimer that is required by YouTube that, of course, the 2020 election was the most secure and safe election that has ever existed in the knowledge of humanity. Of course, that's what YouTube says. But separate of that, you're saying because we failed to stand by the standard of the United States in terms of freedom, in terms of equality, in terms of legality. Because we failed, that gave a false promise, and therefore we failed them, and that's where the obligation comes from. Am I understanding that right? Is that the argument? Is that it?
Yeah, it's a fair summarization.
Okay. Well, that's a new argument. I haven't heard that before, and I would have to consider it. I haven't thought that through, and I don't want to give you a snap answer about that because I respect your opinion. It is I've not heard that before. So that's interesting. I would have to think about that.
Yeah, we failed to secure our own country from attack. Mm-hmm. We were attacked from without. We were attacked from within. I mean, even back during the campaign, mm-hmm. There were. It was very obvious that at the very least, Biden and his family was collecting donations. I'll put it very politely. Mm-hmm. They were collecting donations from all these, foreign agents all over the world, and it was a failure on our part to see that if we allow somebody to enter the Oval Office and to control the executive branch, that things like this would happen.
No, I hear that argument. I think it's a very interesting argument. And like I said, I've not been confronted. No one's brought that argument to me before. So I haven't thought it through. And to be fair to you, you have thought it through. I need to think it through as well to give you my honest answer about it, an informed answer about it. I mean, that's what this channel is about. We have to think. And I thank you for that because you know what? There's validity. I can see the validity in parts of what you're saying. And I would be doing a disservice to just dismiss it. Anyone who dismisses your argument without thinking about it isn't doing you any favors. They're doing you a disservice. So I will think about that. And I guarantee you bring it up to me again, I'll have a better answer for you. I'll have an answer for you about what I think about it. But it's an interesting argument. I have to say that. It's an interesting argument. I thank you for bringing it up.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Anytime. No, I love talking about politics. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. And I look forward to seeing the rest of your stream.
Absolutely. Thank you, Graham.
All right, cool. See you, Michael.
All right. So, folks, like you just heard from Graham, you can bring up issues that you think are important, issues that you want to talk about. I'm always happy to hear that. And you know what? Graham brought me a question a situation I've never considered. And it's perfectly fine. And always remember, there's my point of view, and then there's the information. Generally in the show, I try and show you as much information on why I come to the conclusions that I come to. What are the consequences that I see from the data that we have in front of us so that we can make informed decisions. And sometimes we have questions that I haven't considered. I'm sure there's questions that you haven't considered that you may have heard in this program or may come because you've heard the program. And maybe because you read the data that we'll be putting when we put all the links into the description that you'll go and find for yourself. That's what this is about. Because it's not about, I said it, so you have to agree. It's not that, I have a question, but I'll never ask. I want you to ask the questions. I want you to challenge me. I want you to challenge yourself and everyone who's listening to say, hey, is there an answer we haven't dealt with yet? Is there a better way? Is there a solution that's more effective, more efficient, that maybe even morally correct? Is there anywhere, do we bend, do we break, or do we stand fast? These are questions we need to know. And you know what? That's part of leadership, to ask questions, especially the questions no one has asked before. That's part of leadership, to say, hey, maybe there's another path, maybe there's another answer that no one has dealt with yet, that no one has investigated yet. Maybe that's the way we should be going. Be original, be unique, be determined, have a passion, and have that discussion. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm right. You'll never know if you are wrong or if you're right if you never step out of the echo chamber and say, hey, I have a question. How about this scenario? How about that circumstance? And do you have a reason why? Notice when I was talking with Graham, and hopefully you take this away from this, not just what I said, but how and why I said it. It's not just the answer is no. The answer is, here's my reason why not. Here's the consequences I see from going down the path as they've established, as we have seen it. These are the consequences that I can realistically understand from doing something a different way. Here's why I say this. It's not just no, not just yes, not just obey or disobey. It's here's a reason. Here are the consequences I can see. This is why I want to do this or not do this. You may not agree. That's okay. Again, I'm not a progressive. I don't require you to agree. That's not what the show is about. It's about asking the question and understanding the consequences and understanding the reasoning, and maybe because of that, you come up with another answer. Maybe you come up with a better answer. Whether you're left, right, in the center, or anything else. Graham asked he gave an excellent reasoning for his position, which I am happy to hear. Just like Jason had good reasons and John had good reasons. I'm happy to hear their positions. Whether I agree with them 100% or not doesn't matter. They had questions, they had views, they have reasons, they have passion. Fantastic. They are involved. And they deserve, as we have done, the respect and the opportunity to hear them out and then to think about what they said. Whether we agree or not, that's why I listen to the left so much. My reasons and my discussion about what I hear on the left comes from the left. That's why I point out left-leaning sites. 90% of all the evidence we will show you comes from the government or various governments or the left itself, because I want you to see it through their view, to see what is being said and what is being done and why. And why I am giving you the counter argument, if I give you a counter argument, or why I think it can be improved on, how we can make it effective, how we can make it efficient, rather than just saying, well, we're just going to keep going down this road and see what happens. Because that's what they did in New York City. That's what they did in New York State. And that's why Jordan Neely is dead. Jordan Neely is dead because we didn't ask questions. We didn't say, is there a better answer? Is there another way to deal with this? Are we dealing with it at all? Or have we just shoved the question and the whole situation out of our sight so we don't have to deal with it? We don't have to think about it because it makes us upset. Homeless people, don't want to talk about that. That's a tough nut to crack. Put that aside. Don't even think about it. It won't help me get elected. I'm sorry. Answer the question. Fix the problem. Not kick it down the road, not ignore it, not blame it on someone else. Don't make up answers. Don't try and turn it into a race thing like Jamal Bowman or AOC or what's her name, Presley. Don't try and turn it into something else so you can twist it into a way that it can actually, without solving anything, without resolving anything, to try and get more votes and get more money. I'm sorry. This isn't about power plays. Let's actually try and do something. That's what we do on this channel. That's what we try to do every week. That's why I bring you so many things. Because we have to worry about what China is doing. We have to worry about how the world is seeing our leadership, or the lack thereof. We have to understand that when we do or do not take action, the rest of the world is reacting. The chain of events, the dominoes keep falling. Just because we didn't pay attention to it doesn't mean it's still happening. And eventually, even if it's somewhere far away like Burkina Faso, it's still coming back to us. Because when we ran away from Afghanistan, that chain of events That led to the Taliban opening up the prisons. That left out ISIS. That let out Al Qaeda. They ran over to Africa. They started having coups and wars. That helped to create the war in Sudan that's happening right now. And 15,000 Americans are abandoned by the Biden administration because in Afghanistan, they let loose the prisoners because Joe Biden ran away, because he abandoned 5,000 Americans there. That's why there's 15,000 Americans in the Sudan right now. No one's talking about them anymore. And I remember they are still there. And we know that some of those members of ISIS are using the confusion, using the effort to flee, and they're going to try and claim that they are refugees of whatever nation, and they're going to try and come into America through that confusion in the Sudan, the confusion in Iraq, in Afghanistan, into Ukraine, and they're going to try and come to America, not for the right reason, but for the wrong reason. And if we just have an open door saying, come on in, here's your ticket to ride, get on in, and we don't spend the time to pay attention to them, then we are opening ourselves up to danger. Just like what happened to Jordan Neely. We said, hey, get out. There's no more mental health facilities. You're out. Just go and figure out how you're going to live. We left him in the dark, and we took away the police that would be able to protect the public from someone like Jordan Neely. Not because he's black, not because he's poor, not just because he's homeless, not because he's mentally ill, but because he's violent. That's why we needed the police. That's why we need the mental institution. And when we failed on all of those ideas, and then we failed to be able to hold him in a jail cell, to be able to give him some kind of temporary relief, when we failed to put him in prison because of the violence that he was committing, when we failed on all of those levels, the consequence was now he's dead. And people have been harmed by him in between. What, you would have been happy if instead of, think about it, folks. Would you have been happy if the headline, instead of saying that the Jordan Neely died because someone was trying to hold him down as he was trying to be violent, would you have rather read the headline that homeless man throws a woman on tracks? Would you have been happy to see that homeless man stabs someone to death on the subway? Would that have been a better headline for you? Would that have made you feel better about the fact that we failed in the progressive policies? That we, in trying to attain these progressive policies, that he fell through the cracks and no one paid attention to him? Would that be better? Is that what we're hearing from AOC? Is that what Jamal Bowman and Anya Presley, is that what they're offering us? Is that really worth it? Has anyone considered that? Jan mentions, these problems have existed for decades, though, because government refuses to fix the problem. They want us exactly where we are now. But it's still not our responsibility to accept criminals or to accept criminal behavior. And I agree with you, Jan. I really do. We need to ask these questions, especially because our government is a government of the people, not the elected officials. You know, Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi, AOC, Kirsten Gillibrand, they're not neo-nobles. They don't get to make decrees and we have to follow them. Even in the United Kingdom, where they have a king, he doesn't make decrees that the public have to follow. It's not the Middle Ages. This isn't the Renaissance age. In fact, we are definitely not in a Renaissance. If anything, we are falling into the Dark Ages. We are seeing China rise on up, and China is doing its best effort to replace the United States in every aspect of the world, and that's not a good thing. The communists of China do not believe in freedom of religion. Ask the Uyghurs. China does not believe in freedom of speech. Ask the elected officials of Hong Kong that have disappeared, all 47 of them, never to be seen again. China doesn't believe in compassion or the people. Just think about all the people that they sealed in their homes. They literally put up sheets of metal and welded them into their houses so they could not get out, killing untold numbers of people. The fact that China is rising up is not a good thing. The fact that Japan and Korea, the Philippines, Guam are all screaming, Australia and New Zealand, that they're all begging for leadership from the United States to stave this off is not a small thing. Our allies in India are trying to protect their borders right now, and they're telling, every single one of these nations are telling us, there is a problem that is coming, and they need help. They need leadership. They need the United States. And Joe Biden saying he needs to win the next election. It's not equivalent. It's not a trade-off. That's a failure. I don't care if you're a Democrat. It's a failure. I don't care if you're a progressive or a socialist. It's a failure. We're not trading off and winning. And China is helping to empower Iran, who want to kill everyone. The Ayatollah Khomeini, current and the previous, have made it very clear they want to kill every American. And if you happen to be a progressive and think, well, they wouldn't kill me because I'm progressive, they're going to kill you twice as fast. Why? Because you believe in the LGBTQAI plus people are toasters. Because you believe there's 120, God knows, 20 zillion different sexualities. Because you believe that women should be able to read, write, and be able to drive a car. God forbid they go to a job. Because women get paid. They will kill you. You're not winning anything with them. This is a zero-sum game. How can I say it more clearly? 5 years, 19 episodes in the 5th season, I've been saying this over and over, and I will continue to say this even as YouTube and Twitter and Facebook suppress this channel and make it difficult for me to reach out to you. Please, like, share, and subscribe. Let people know about this. Tell people that they can be involved in this conversation and they can ask questions, just like Graham, just like Jason, just like John, that they can call in and give their point of view. And let's have this discussion, because not doing it, doing what the Portland State University is doing, which is sticking their heads in the sand, afraid to ask a question, telling their students, telling the future leaders of this nation to just hide from anyone who would dare challenge you, is not an answer. That's not acceptable. Strive to be better. Strive to be great. Strive to make America great. MAGA is not an insult. It is not a crime. It is not something that people do because they hate America or they hate Americans. We should all want to make America great. And if you're in the UK, you want to make the United Kingdom great. And if you're in Canada, you want to make Canada great. If you're in Mexico or Venezuela, you want to make those countries great. Everyone should be trying to make their country great. It's when we fail to do these things that we cause the problems, that we allow the problems to fester. When we avoid the problems, that's when we get the infections. That's when we get the failures and the breakdown of government. It is that simple. That is how the dominoes fall. And no matter how bright-eyed you want to look at things, no matter how rosy the glass is, no matter how much cotton candy this Portland State University wants to feed you in your little safe space, the reality is the world is still going to have dominoes falling, and you're still going to have to deal with the consequences, no matter what. Whether you pay attention to politics or not, it's still going to affect you. So you might as well get ahead of the curve and get involved. And maybe, just maybe, we make a difference. Maybe, just maybe, we make things a little bit better. Because we damn sure don't make things better if we don't do that. Okay, we've been on 5 hours today. And I've enjoyed it. I love this. I love every week speaking to you guys. I do need to let everyone know. First of all, by the way, I meant to mention this at the beginning of the show, not the end. It's my sister's birthday. Francine, I love you. Have a great birthday. Meant to say it at the beginning. My fault. Love my sister. I hope she's having a wonderful birthday. The second thing I need to mention to everyone is there will be a change coming in the channel in June. There's going to be significant changes because there's significant change happening in my life. It's going to affect us doing the show and doing our programs week after week going forward. We have an adjustment period we have to deal with. A lot of reasons for that. We'll talk about it more in the next week or two. But do expect that by June, there's going to be some substantial changes. A lot of things are going to change because they're changing for me. But at the same time, I have a commitment to be with you every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. in some way, shape, and form, and I am going to do that. I thank you all for spending 5 hours of your day with me, for having the conversations we have had on the chat, in the phone calls, and I look forward to seeing your comments after the show as well. Please, I want everyone to be well. I thank you for being my audience. I thank you for taking the time to speak. Cool Roy, thank you for coming back with us. I want to thank Jan, and user has been banned. I want to thank Dal and Graham. I want to thank Jason and John, and am I missing anybody? And Hal, and so many others who didn't make any comments, but I know you're watching the program, and to every single one of the politicians and their staff that watch this program on a regular basis and say nothing, I want you guys to have a good day too. Listen to what I said, maybe do something positive. Be effective, be efficient, be better politicians. We need it. Thank you, everyone. I'll talk to you again next week, if not in videos beforehand. I want you to be well.